So it's a very good evening and welcome to Beer Productions. We are here in Exeter Allstars and we're watching Greg Batten versus Paul Riley in an exciting game. It is World Rules we're playing and the first of 23, I believe. My name's Nick Finn. I'm joined in the commentary by Mike King. How are you, Mike?
Good evening, Nick.
Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. The return of Greg Batten, hopefully. It's been a while out of the money scene game, but...
Yeah, and you would have seen that Greg just won the lag, and that's the first break, and he's gone dry. Been talking to Paul for the last 10 minutes or so I apologise. It's probably my fault that, that things kicked off a little bit late. Hope you're all well. Give us a little call in the chat box to let us know how things are. Let us know what you think the predictions are going to be for the game. We're really looking forward to a good one here. Two very attacking players. We've seen Paul before in the West Country. Played Max Nosko a couple of months ago. Well, probably about 3 or 4 months ago now, I think. And
won 25-17, I believe.
Yeah, 25-15.
25-15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I knew it was quite convincing, and that was Blackpool rules, though, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. I don't actually know what whether Paul specialises in World or Black Ball. He's obviously adept in both.
He used to play World Rules for England, I believe.
Oh, of course.
So,
he did. Yeah.
I mean, all top players originated from World Rules anyway that have been about a bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
They all start there.
So it's Paul Riley. He was born in Nottingham. He now lives in Blythe, just about 12 miles from Newcastle. He's 47 years old, and his nickname is the Life of Riley. He's as he put it in his own words, as good as married. His partner of 19 years. They've got 4 children between them. And Greg Batten, a more local lad. Mike's going to tell you a bit more about Greg.
Well, yeah, Greg started off mainly as a snooker player. He was a very, very top snooker player, represented England on a couple of occasions. Turned his hand to pool about 3 years ago. Quickly made a name for himself in the money scene game. Seemed to be very good under pressure, very calm. Had a very good record until he had a recent deciding frame blip against Max Nosko, who's one of the best money players around anyway. And he's sort of been out of the scene since then, but good to have him back because he's one of the best players to watch if he's on his game.
Yeah,
no
very
doubt
much
about
so.
it.
And also, Greg, well known on the Southwest Tour, took that to pieces last year, pretty much.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
People seem to underestimate the standard of the field for that. He won 3 events out of the 5 that he entered. Players like Oli Bell, Anthony Doble, Russ Burgess, myself, Josh Corkett, Ben Ollie, to name a few. And he won 3 out of 5 events.
And of course,
incredible.
Even more difficult this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fantastic thing, the Southwest Tour. Of course, Darren McVicker won the first one. That was very exciting for him, I imagine.
When he turns up, you might as well all go home, won't we? Because he's unbelievable. But yeah, it's brilliant this year. I've said it before, but it's the best run event I've been to. You're never waiting around. Top quality venues, top quality officials. But yeah, that's pretty much where Greg sort of honed his skills for this. I think really playing on that.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we say he had a blip against Max in his match, but that was such a close game in the end. I mean, he
22-15 behind, was it?
22-15 down,
yeah,
and came back to Hill. So
yeah.
That was an extremely exciting game.
That just tells you the character of both players, that, doesn't it? Yeah. Firstly, Greg to come back, and then secondly, Max to be able to clear his head and then go and win the decider, as he so often does.
Very much so. So back to this game. I mean, we were talking about Greg beforehand. I watched Paul warm up a little bit before the game. He seems to have the ball on a string. Of course, he's an ex-professional snooker player as well, so he comes from a snooker background. You can see that in his cue action as well. He's got a fabulous cue action, and excuse me. Sorry about that. And he seemed to have the ball on a string, as I mentioned. A couple of mistakes in his arsenal. I don't know whether it was just because he was warming up, but there was a few misses in there. So you kind of feel that Gray's going to get some chances through the match.
Yeah. Well, both players will be keen to settle quickly, won't they? You don't feel in the match until you get a frame on the board, do you? So.
And Paul going about his work really well during this frame. All about the position on this last yellow. But as I say, he really seems like he has the cue ball on a string.
Yeah. taking these out with ease, isn't he?
He's been warming up for at least half an hour beforehand, and he seemed to be very, very smooth. And a very convincing start from him. He'll be happy to get that one on the board. I have to say, I just had a good chat with him for 10 or 15 minutes, and seems an extremely nice chap. What a lovely fellow he is.
He's brought a very nice crowd with him as well.
A very humble and modest man. We'll talk more about him. I got some details on him, so we'll talk more about him as the evening goes on. So from Greg's perspective, how old is Greg?
Greg's 31.
31. So there's a good 16 years between them.
Yeah, his birthday next month, so this would be a lovely present for him.
And he's got a young daughter, am I right?
Yeah, young daughter. I believe she's 6-7 months old. It did affect him, as it does. Anyone that's been through a birth of a child, you know, Paul does take a step back, doesn't it? You put less hours in, you've got less commitment, possibly. But
yeah, I know. I certainly didn't spend quite as much time. My son's 3 now, and it takes up a lot of time. Yeah. So of course.
I know he's put a lot of time in for this match, a lot of practice, travelled about, played the right players. He's definitely ready for this one. It's whether you turn up on the night, isn't it, as money games are.
Absolutely, and what a sterling chance this is to get his first one on the board. Paul finding the pocket with the white ball, so it's world rules, so just the one shot. But of course, an open table. Yellows look pretty good here, apart from the yellow towards the left-hand side, kind of adjacent to the pink spot. I guess it's tied up behind that red a little bit.
He should be able to drop on that in for the middle pocket, though, if he can play a couple decent positional shots.
The 2 or 3 balls to the right corner, which you know, you could take any one of those to get yourself position on that one.
Ideally, you'd like to get rid of that as soon as possible, really. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the 2 to the middle here and drops down on it immediately.
Looks like he's left himself an angle on this one.
Yeah, he seems to be looking to get on it straight away, and then it should be a straightforward finish. Seems to be a very good crowd in tonight. I would say close to 100 people altogether.
Yeah, and it's just 7:15, so I'd expect the atmosphere to warm up as the evening goes on. And talking to Paul, that was one thing I asked about. You know, he obviously doesn't mind coming away for away matches, and he said that he's a very strong character. He doesn't get fazed by anything whatsoever, and he's got no fear. It just doesn't make any difference whether he's home or away.
No,
if he's in front of a partisan crowd, it's not going to affect him. So.
Not many players do really like to travel, but this is the second time he's been to the West Country in the last 4 or 5 months. So
yeah, and he's also a cafe owner, and he said it's quite insular because they live above. He's got his own pool table at home, so he's kind of got everything. The business downstairs, his home upstairs. He's got the pool table to practice on, so it all comes a bit, you know. And they like to get away, so you know, they like to have a break. So it's one of the reasons they fly down to the West Country, and they can have a little break while they're here as well. So.
Yeah, well, he's definitely brought a good crowd with him as well.
Yeah, there's.
I'd say there's at least 20 Geordies here.
Yeah.
Rooting for him. It must be, what, 600-mile round trip
at least? Think, yeah, at least, yeah.
I know they've been down for the weekend, haven't they? Apparently they were in the club last night practicing.
So Greg going about his work, doing what he needs to do here.
seems to have a nice angle to probably play for the black through the gap, I'd imagine. You wouldn't try and get too close to it and risk missing the pot.
And we will see if we can drop in a few Greg Batten cliches tonight as well, shall we? You know,
Can do, yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, call the police.
If he can just hold his knickers together here, that's another one.
So yeah, it'd be good to hear from you guys. Let us know your predictions. Anyone watching from up north, it'd be good to hear your predictions. We've seen Paul play before here a little bit, but yeah, you were right. He's left the longer black. Bit tricky, but what you'd expect him to get.
Yeah.
And that's a great show from both players.
If that's the standard for the evening, then I wouldn't want to make too many mistakes, Nick.
Should be a great game. We're looking forward to a good one. So 1-1. And where's your money, Mike?
I've got to go with my boy Greg, haven't I?
For sure.
He's very good for money. Takes a real top player to beat him. And I don't know enough about Paul really to make him favourite, but he's obviously a very quality player. And he's already shown in the one visit that he's had to the table, the class that he's got.
And Greg has on view there his Jason Owen break cue, I think, isn't it?
He's
I recognise that.
He's had it about a month, and his break has totally changed. He was breaking like a 6-year-old little girl before. Was barely hitting 4 balls to touch a cushion. All of a sudden, he's bought this Jason Owen cue, and he's a different man with it. And the break, to me, is the most important shot at this sort of level of pool. And if you can get that right, then well, it's a brilliant bit of business, whatever it's cost him. If he ends up winning $7 grand tonight, it's
yeah,
sound investment.
I know when Jason started building them, he was taking orders, and I mean, he sold the first dozen on Facebook within moments of putting the post up, and I think it's just going to go viral, that cue.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, I know that it's a slightly heavier cue. I believe it's a maple shaft. It's got a carbon fibre. You can see the black tip on it. It's a carbon fibre tip, slightly bigger. I'm not entirely sure exactly how big. I think it's about 9. Is it 9.5 mil, somewhere around there?
Yeah. Well, the first person I actually saw using one was, well, I believe it was Lee Kendall, and we were at the Staff Masters, and he was cut breaking on the Saturday, really struggling with his break. Then on the last 8 on the Sunday, he's pulled this cue out, and his break was phenomenal. And it can't be a coincidence that all these top players who are struggling with their break are changing to these cues, and all of a sudden they're finding their break again. I mean, it's what suits you, isn't it?
And people kind of sometimes maybe quake a little bit when they hear Jason Owen cue, because you can be paying sort of £400-500 for them. But
yeah,
I know that that Jason charges £135 for that, so it's,
I got
it's real value for money.
I got told, because I've inquired about one myself since I've seen what it's done for Greg's break. 135, and then I think you pay for the postage, which is nothing at this. If you're playing money games and competitions, it's nothing, is it? A golfer would pay that for a putter, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I did actually get my name down for one of the first 10, but I was actually on the list as well. But
I've never even seen you play, Nick.
I know.
You can't have time for it, the amount of commentating you do. Brilliant commentary, by the way, I must say. From all the viewers that have enjoyed Beard Productions over the last 12 months, you and Mike Day, absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
And obviously when you can get Greg on, he's a different type of commentator, but
yeah, great.
more entertaining, if you will. But
yeah, I got to say about my game, I mean, I just haven't been practicing for so long, because I've got a young family as well, and I just don't have the time. And we've got an international tournament coming up in Jersey in a couple of weeks, and it's actually a great tourney. Went over there last year, and teams from Portugal, Belgium, I know there's a couple of teams, local teams from Taunton and Wellington go down, and it really is a great standard.
Yeah.
And
I think Isle of Wight.
I've just so out of practice. Yeah, Jersey have got a great side, actually, really strong side, but they're missing. I think they're missing Ryan Shaw this year, so
right. So that's a big player for them, isn't it?
Ryan, a regular on our stream. Hopefully he's watching today. Give us a shout if you are, Ryan. Good to hear from you.
Greg will definitely feel a lot more settled now. 2 visits to the table, 2 clearances.
That's some standard of pool so far.
Yeah, this can't last for 4 hours. Otherwise, we're in for a great game.
I think if they keep playing like this, the game's not going to last for 4 hours. That's the problem. So we've got Mr. Darren McVicker predicting 21-15 in favour of Greg. And also mentioning that you're pulling through for a free break for you there, eh? Bigging up the Jason Owen.
If Jason Owen is listening, I can obviously drop my address in at some point as well, if that will help. What we want to know is, when are we going to see Hamid Shayin, Mr. McVicker, on Beard Productions?
Come on, Darren, come on.
That's what we all want to see.
I've been trying to fix him up with a game as well.
You won't find someone to play him, that's the problem.
I know. I'm not sure he'd even take me on, and I'm terrible. So.
Oh, he's the biggest shonner of them all. Absolute joke of a human being. The level of pool he produced in those 2 tournaments up here, 2 weeks in a row. Never seen nothing like it.
Yeah, and of course got to the semi-final of the event that was down
Top
at the Plaza,
Q.
and well, the semi-final of the Top Q, and the other event that was at the Plaza. Got to the semi-final, lost to
semi-final in Super 16. The only reason he lost them was he refused to play safe because he wanted to play the way that he plays. He could have really won 4 massive events in a row.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable ability, really. Hopefully he keeps playing that outrageous way. And
I'm finished. I'm finished.
Once he starts playing safety shots, we are finished.
We're going to get him on the stream. I want to see him on the stream.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't care if I got a week's holiday booked. That, you know, I'm turning up. I'm flying back for the commentary.
Yeah.
Come on, Darren. Sort yourself out a game. There must be someone out there who wants to play Darren.
I've tried to set him up games, but he's not a massive fan of money games, really. I understand what he's on about. You know, the break is so huge that if you're playing top players, you're gambling on the break, aren't you? And he's played 1 money game before. I believe he lost to Shane quite close. Shane Thompson in Bristol, quite close. And he had 3 or 4 pots off the break all night. Really sort of demoralised him, that, because obviously that's crucial, isn't it?
Well, we know what he needs, don't we?
He needs a Jason Owen breaking key. That's what he needs. But yeah.
Have you tried Greg's cue yet, Darren? Maybe you should give that one a little pop. It's funny, actually. I mean, I think I've mentioned it before on the stream that when I sat with Jack Whelan, we were talking about Lakin's break, because Lakin had a horrible night against Max. His break went dry on him, and Jack basically said that he's more surprised when he doesn't pot off the break, because he's just got such a huge break. He times it so well. And he just said that he's more shocked when he doesn't pop.
Yeah.
It must be nice.
Yeah.
But as you say, it is such a huge, you know, especially these IPA events when it's a lot of times 1st to 5, 1st to 6.
Yeah.
You've got to get your break going.
Yeah, definitely. Well, even the Southwest Tour this year, obviously it's not to the IPA standard. With the amount of good players on it, you're playing races to 5. If your break's not going, anyone is vulnerable, really. Yeah. That's a mistake there from Paul.
Yeah, just under him.
First mistake we've seen, really.
And he seemed to have the ball, as I mentioned earlier, he seemed to have the ball on a string earlier. I mean, Craig's got his work cut out, hasn't he? Especially with the red going up.
He wasn't expecting to come to the table, was he? And now he's in total control, really.
And straight away he's going to be looking at laying a trap.
Yeah.
Just nudge this one off the cushion and just bring it slightly more into open play.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's...
hopefully he's cut the angle for the black off as well, just in case he did fluke this red. Stopping the black doesn't now go into this bottom corner, so It's the perfect shot, really. I know you can't plan for a fluke, but it's always nice just to make sure.
And this likely four cushion escape. Would imagine he's probably going to come up behind it. No, he went for the 2. I thought he was going to go kind of the 3 cushion, 4 cushion escape to come in behind it.
Yeah.
And if he could have found that area, he's only really leaving Greg that 1 ball along the rail.
I know he's got 2, but it's not straightforward at all, is it?
Still not.
He's got a lot of problems here. But he might be able to screw into the yellow here, get 1 out, leave a double.
Yeah.
And then you would be happy with that finish with 1, even if you missed the double then, wouldn't you?
That's a great first shot.
He won't be playing the double now. It's not quite on, is it?
No. I don't think he might be able to force it.
He might just get it out.
Might be
just be happy to have 1 shot, finish the balls. But if it does double, then he'll go for it.
I think he can straighten it.
It was worth the risk. Because, I mean, you would take this leave with 1 now, wouldn't you? Player of Greg's ability.
Yeah, I felt that one needed maybe just a fraction harder, just to straighten it slightly more. He's looking at this plant down the rail, but I mean there is an element of safety with playing that as well, isn't there? He's got the plant, and obviously he can leave a snooker at the same time if need be.
I'm not sure he needed to play any of them as plants, to be honest. If he got on the one closest to the bag, he could pop that and then the other one would go, but every player sees it differently, don't they?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking he might go for it now just because there was that element.
Yeah, it would be leaving him snookered.
If he bounces off the rail, he's got that he's got the snooker. So yeah, he played that.
Well, he left him on the rail.
He played it all out. Yeah, he didn't even think about the safety. So there you go. There's some confidence.
He's got every reason to feel confident with the start he's made.
Another great shot. Just making life slightly easier for himself down the line. Makes his positional shot so much easier.
Definitely one of the best cue actions on the pool scene, isn't it? You can very much tell he was a snooker player before he played pool. Very smooth.
So he's just going to have to come the other side of the black. He's left the angle just slightly more than he wanted. So he'll be more than comfortable with that. And this would just be shelling peas now.
This is the start you would dream about when you're thinking about how you want to start the game.
Absolutely. And from Paul's perspective, he's really not made a mistake either, has he? His one mistake was under hitting that position.
Yeah,
shot,
he's not got on 1 ball and he's 3-1 down, so he'll be sat in his chair knowing he's in a game now. If he didn't know before, very good atmosphere in here tonight.
Nick Chalk coming in with a 21-14 to Greg.
Evening, Chalky.
Yeah.
Wow.
Greg
That's
just
relaxed, isn't it?
Greg just coming over and asking us what it's a race to. He's playing a £14,000 money match, and he doesn't know what the race is to.
Very relaxed.
Wow. So let's see how he gets on with this cue this time. And then we were a bit
that was obvious, but it was obviously a safety break.
Yeah, he's gone for that one, hasn't he? So a little bit more information about Paul Riley. As I say, he's 47 years old. He's nicknamed the Life of. He played 1 season of pool when he was 19 years old, but he was more a snooker player. He used to practice in a local club, and a guy bought the club, watched Paul play, and took a bit of a shine to Paul and offered to sponsor him as a professional player. Then he played for about 18 months, entered about 10 ranking events and didn't really turn up to any of them. Just found women and alcohol, and it just didn't really kick off for him. He walked away from the game. He was a full-time pro for about 18 months when he was 21 years old. And then he had 8 years off, and he came back into the game when he was 29. He tried to get back into the tour, but just found it was a bit too much to do. Had commitments with wife and kids by then, and then he moved up to the northeast, and he was playing snooker on an 8x4 snooker table in a pub. Popped in a 64 break, and I think the local lads were watching and said, "Do you want to join the pool team?" And even then, he just wasn't interested. I think he pretty much had some bad experiences with pool. I think he was in a pub once, and winner stays on, and after winning about 6 on the trot, the local hard man came over and chinned him because he thought he was taking the mickey. So, and it kind of put him off the game a bit. He just thought if that's the way the game is, he wasn't really interested. But then the guys that he's brought with him, they ended up talking him into playing for the local team, and it kind of developed from there. He went to county, and then went to the England trials. Played for England back in 2012. Won the Euros.
What a shot that is!
Yeah, it's a fabulous start from Greg.
Sorry, Nick.
No, it's no problem at all. Yeah, won the Euros with the England side over in Dublin. And he said he's just fascinated by games of one-on-one, by these kind of wars of attrition. He used to play chess, and I asked him if that would kind of lend it to him being a more tactical player, but he's not. He said he's very attacking player, very aggressive by nature. But yeah, we had a really good chat, actually. A real gentleman, very nice guy.
Going back to tonight's game, but early stages, but Greg looks on tonight.
He is massively on his game. I take it he's had a bit of practice today. Have you?
I've not played him today, but over the last 3 weeks, we've been playing probably 3 or 4 times a week, and he's gradually been getting more confident. And then this week he bashed me up twice, so I knew he was ready then, because I'm probably his bogey player. So once he's bashed me up twice, I knew he'd be feeling good. But it was the level of pool that he was playing. I was not getting a go for 4 or 5 frames.
What a lovely, clever little shot there, just playing that red off.
This finish here is typical Greg, really.
Yeah,
it wasn't on.
It wasn't there.
It wasn't there. And this is what the players like him and McVicker and Max Nosko, they do, don't they? There's not a finish on. Yeah. And all of a sudden, 2 or 3 clever shots.
And this is a very different player than the one that played Max Nosko.
Yeah.
I mean, even when he won his 7 on the bounce, he showed moments of this, but nowhere near this kind of level.
No. Frightening stuff so far.
And Paul will have done his research on Greg. He's not going to come into this game blindfolded.
No.
He will have watched. He's an avid follower of Beard. He watches us our stream, so he will have watched the Greg and Max game. And I would. No doubt that he'll have seen. Yeah, no doubt he'll have seen other bits of Greg. But yeah, frame 5, and that's the first ball anybody's missed, I think, isn't it? So
yeah,
it's a pretty good standard.
Yeah, and I don't think there'll be too many missed from what I've seen from both players so far. The table's lovely, conditions are good.
And a great chance here from Paul that he, the way Greg's been playing, he won't have expected to get to the table. Not the best of shots there. He's obviously tried to move. He's tried to full ball into the yellow and tried to leave himself on the other one.
Not had much table time though, is he, in the last sort of 15-20 minutes? So
he's missed that by a good 6 or 7 inches. So he'll want to get the radar back on quite soon.
Does look a very calm, composed person though, doesn't he? Like that bad shot there, really not affected him at all. No expression. No. Just taking it on board. And I might change my prediction actually and go for a decider. Be nice to see one.
And this is an interesting shot he's looking at here. I mean, I know he has to attack, but that's That's something crazy, isn't it?
The only reason that you could be half thinking that is if that red up by the yellow doesn't go anywhere.
Yes.
And you think that Greg's got an awful lot to do. But still,
And
it's
to be fair, it doesn't look like it does go anywhere. So.
No, but this is still mental anyway. But well, he's played it as a shot to nothing, to be fair to him.
Yeah, he's played that well, actually. Played with an element of safety. He might have left the... I don't think he's left the plant here. I don't know if Greg can just put a little half-ball swerve on it, but that turns it into a really difficult shot.
I'd imagine he can probably only
Get
hit
top
enough
corner,
to play the red down the corner,
Yeah.
But I'm not sure you can hit this slow enough to leave yourself on the red in the middle with an angle to get up to the other one.
Yeah.
Ideally, you wouldn't mind missing this and covering the back. Oh.
Yeah, that's not done him
No.
too many favours. He would have wanted that in open play.
I would imagine that that would be end of frame.
Yeah.
10 best players in the Southwest at the moment, Nick Chalk. Right. Current form.
We can make that easier for you and say top 5. That's quite a difficult question.
No, I'm happy to go with 10.
Go
Just
with
if
10.
I can count to 10.
You want pen and paper now, don't you?
Current
do you want time to think about it?
Nah, no matter what, I would still have Jason Twist and Ben Flack as the top 2 for what they've achieved in the game. Until someone goes and wins World Championships or European titles, they're the top 2. Current form, you have to go Darren McVicker and Josh Durant, both winning the majority of things that they're in.
Yeah.
Josh Durant on the IPA tours, getting some massive scalps, beat Clinton Hansen, beat Daniel Davey. And then obviously you've got Max Nosko, Shane Thompson, Oli Bell, Greg. Who've I missed out?
Yourself?
Yeah, I don't rate myself, so I leave myself off that list. Where are we at? Is that 8? Then obviously you've got Jez and Jamie Graham and Dave Williams.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's some Bristol players amongst that as well.
I mean, you've got Harjeet Singh. I mean,
Max.
10 is hard. I mean, if you had to pick a 10-man team from the Southwest to go...
You could, I think you could pick a 10-man team from the Southwest
that would give most places a game.
International tournaments and put up a good fight.
Very much so.
And you can see our upcoming games. We've got on the 31st of this month is Clint Hansen versus Craig Wadding. I'm really looking forward to that game. That should be a real cracker. That's live from Nottingham. Clint Hansen, we saw him in action. Didn't do himself a lot of justice against Yannick Beaufil a couple of months ago up in Manchester. So he'll be eager to prove himself on the stream. And of course he does it all the time anyway on IPA tour.
Yeah.
Clint's just a class player, and I think both of those you could arguably say they're future world champions.
I also believe that there's the Mark Boyle Craig Waddington rematch coming up. I don't know if you saw much footage of their first game.
I did. I watched it. Yeah, it was a fabulous
best
game.
standard of pool I've ever seen. I think it was 30-29.
Yeah.
And I saw less than 5 balls missed when I was watching. It was unbelievable.
It was an incredible standard. And of course, the game after that, we got Jordan Shepherd, who's
great player,
one of my favourite players.
Yeah, brilliant
really
player
exciting
to watch.
player.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he's a bit like Darren.
Yeah,
he just
very much so.
Goes for everything.
Yeah,
if it's there, he's going to go for that finish.
He moved down to Exeter for a brief stint. Him and his family thought they'd give it a shot down here, and he's very much prefers black ball. Not a massive fan of world rules at all. I think you can see why when you watch him play. He's so attacking. Yeah. Such a good player. And he won his first pro event, I think, about a month or so ago on the IPA. So he's banging form.
Again, I think arguably a future world champion there.
Yeah.
And he's playing Simon Fitzsimmons, who I don't know. I'm not familiar with Simon.
I don't know enough about him. No.
I'm gonna have to read up on him before that game.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he's obviously a great player just to take the game on.
Oh, absolutely.
You're not playing Jordan Shepherd unless you're a great player, are you?
And Jordan's in fear of no man.
No.
I mean, Jordan.
No.
I approached Jordan a month or so ago and asked him if he would be interested in taking the game from Chris Melling, and he immediately said, yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, if he could get back to it, I think he'd play anyone.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of players out there like that. I mean, I think the same thing about Max Nosko. I believe if he'd get backed, he would play anyone in the world because he backs his ability.
Yeah. Well, I think Max has got a little way to go, and I think Max appreciates he's got a little way to go. I mean, I've had a couple of offers come in from people I know in the poker world. An offer of a game against Giuseppe D'Imperio, an offer against Jason Shaw, and both ridiculously good players.
Yeah,
I mean, Jason,
you're going up a level from
exactly.
anything that we've probably played down this way, aren't you?
And I can totally accept why Max wouldn't take those games, and I'm sure he will in the future. But at the moment, there's absolutely no point.
What people do seem to forget about Max is he's a very young lad. He's only 23, I think, isn't he?
23.
20. I mean, that's incredible that he's that young. I thought he must have been nearly 30 with the amount I'd heard about him, the amount of money games he played.
Well, he took his first game playing Terry Humphrey. Well, I don't know if it was his first game, but he was playing Terry Humphreys for 5,000 when he was 14 years old. So, what can you say again?
Getting another good finish here from Paul.
Yeah, fabulous.
Top stuff this so far.
And another mistake in there from which we apologise that
yeah, apologise to the audience at home that's seen 2 mistakes.
Yeah, we haven't actually been commentating massively on the game, but I think the game's kind of talking for itself at the moment. So.
It's one of those games that doesn't really need us to say a lot.
Yeah.
Nobody's making a mistake. But on the subject of Max, that will be a game from Beard Productions, January the 30th. Myself against Max.
Can't wait for
in
that
this
one.
venue. Exeter Allstars, so should be a cracker, that one.
Absolutely, yeah, we're looking forward to that one.
It's a longly anticipated game, put it that way.
Most definitely. I think that's almost as highly anticipated as the Max against Odie Bell game, which we wonder if it'll ever happen. But,
I think me and Max are probably a bit more better on speaking terms than what Max and Oli are.
Yeah,
so
probably, yeah.
A game like that can happen.
Yeah, it's always fun when those two get in the same ring.
Yeah.
There's normally quite a lot of banter flying across the ring. But the game between them is played in the best of order. So it should be a cracker. That one's coming up on the 14th of November. Sorry, the 28th of November, I tell a fib. So Oli Bell against Shane Thompson.
Absolutely devastated, because that's been moved to the date of my wedding party. So there'll be some iPads set up at the wedding, Beard Productions live streaming on. That'll be the shortest wedding of all time.
that should be an awesome game as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
that standard, that first game was incredible.
Yeah.
Oli Bell, the first 7 or 8 frames was the best pull I've seen by anybody in any money game.
Yeah.
He just did not miss a ball, took out finishes that weren't on, and played to the level that, everyone. I haven't seen enough of him to have known what he used to play like.
Yeah.
But when I saw that, it was incredible. And then obviously for Shane to come back and, nearly took it to a decider, really. It was there was a fluke towards the end of the match that turned the match on its head, and that'll be a very, the interesting one will be if Shane wins, will there be a decider? That's what I would like to know.
Yeah, it'd be good to see more games between them. I think they're well matched, and that kind of there's a bit of needle between them, which always makes
it better.
A little bit more interesting.
Definitely.
And of course, the same needle between Max and Oli, and it's the young pretender.
I'm not
against
sure
the
Max and Oli
players.
will happen, though. I mean, there's been talk a few times about fixing up a date and a venue, and obviously it's such a huge box office game. I believe All Stars would want it because Oli plays for them.
Yeah.
Obviously, Spenny's would want it from Max. So unless they can have some sort of agreement where they play home and away, I'm not sure that's a game that I can see happening, although we would all love to obviously see it happen. We'd all be there watching it. It'd be brilliant. Obviously, that speaking of attacking players and games, I'd like to see Darren McVicker against Oli Bell at Exeter All-Stars or Plaza or anywhere. That there would be we could sell tickets for that game, I believe.
There you go, Darren. There's a challenge for you. You against Oli.
There's no challenge for Darren if he turns up.
would be that'd be a pool fest, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
A lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, going back to Oli, I've played with Oli and sort of been on the scene with Oli. I obviously played a lot in Yeovil and around that area. Good friends with Terry Humphreys, and Oli in practice was just astonishing at times. And then, you know, then he gets his cue out and starts playing one-handed, and that's even more ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. I've said to him before, I mean, I'm not sure how big it would be over there, but you see worse acts in Vegas than watching what he can do on a pool table with a one-handed stuff. I mean, I've had little knocks. I've been to his house, very fortunate. I've been to his house, lovely table he's got there, and he's showing me one-handed stuff and throwing it like a dart as well.
Yeah.
And he can control the cue ball, screw it back, stuff that, you know, a good population of the country can't do when they're cueing properly. It's incredible ability, really.
There's not enough footage of actually. There's a little bit of footage on YouTube. There's some that I uploaded there a little while ago, and there's some from another time of Oli doing a bit of showmanship.
I think I've seen one video where he does it at Great Yarmouth, where he clears up one-handed.
I mean, he did it in the singles in the I don't know whether it was Somerset. It was
this against Anthony Doble?
Against Anthony Doble,
yeah. It was a county singles final.
Yeah, he said that he was going to play. He was going to play every black one-handed, and he certainly did for the first 5 or 6 until the crowd really started getting on his back. It went against him.
Yeah,
he was just trying to do it for show, and I mean, it even cost him one of the early frames, but he just carried on doing it. He's a showman. Anthony saw it that it was being disrespectful, but that's just Oli. I mean, he was just doing it for the crowd more than he loves people watching him, cheering him on. He loves the adoration.
Yeah.
And he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I often think that Oli should try and find somebody to play in one-handed money match. It's just. Or set up a one-handed world championships or something, because there must be something like that. There must be other people who specialise in one-handed pool. There must be people who've only got one arm who play good pool one-handed. I mean, there must be a market for it, for one-handed pool, and I can't see it. I've seen him clear up rack after rack after rack. In fact, I do believe that he's had a. I don't want to get it wrong, but I know it's in the region of an 85 break on a snooker table, one-handed.
I'm not surprised at all. The ability of him is incredible, and I've actually witnessed firsthand his match play ability in one of the Southwest tours I played in. I think it was a year and a half ago. I played him at Taunton, and he beat me 5-0 or 5-1, and I don't think the match was more than 12 minutes.
Wow.
And it wasn't one of those games where you break in and you think, oh, okay, he'll finish from there. They're lovely setup. It was sort of duff breaks, and he'd finish them out and clear them up with no fuss whatsoever. And when I saw that, I thought, well, you know he's a serious, serious player anyway. But him and Shane will be a top match. Very much anticipated, highly anticipated.
Of course, Shane, a current international, and Oli back. It's good to see Oli back on the IPA tour. I noticed he played. He was lined up to play Ronan McCarthy yesterday, but I didn't see how he got on.
No,
so I don't know if anyone caught that result. So a bit of an unforced error there from Paul. Couple of 1 or 2 errors creeping into the game, but
that's what we like to see. Make us all feel human.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, after that start,
well, it couldn't keep on, could it? For 3-4 hours of pool. No. I mean, Greg will feel much happier if he can nip this one out now after a few mistakes. Get to 4-3. I don't feel like we've spoken about this game much because it's just been passing us by, isn't it?
Yes, mate.
So just paint by numbers now. Stun shot, just
Great shot.
Just a fraction too much angle, but should be able to play this with Oh,
it
it
goes
obviously-
comfortably in this
yeah, it
corner.
goes.
Yeah.
From where we were, it didn't look like it.
No.
Looked like the yellow was in the
Does
way.
comfortably.
Nice clearance to take back the lead, and he squeaks into a 4-3 lead.
No matter what we say, Exeter doesn't have
I'm going to wait until Mike's back before I read that one out. There we go. Paul finding one of each off the break. I think he's, well, it's difficult to say what he's going to go for. I would imagine probably yellows. The reds are just a little too clustered to make them easy, but obviously there's a slightly awkward yellow fixed up against the red in the centre of the table, but that will go to left-hand centre. So indeed, Paul nominating yellows, and it looks like he's got the right angle here just to screw across for that slightly awkward yellow. Seems like I don't know, it might be just a touch straight. Just want to be fractionally above it. He could stun across for that difficult yellow, and then it's fairly elementary, but just needs to put a bit more thought into this one now. See from his facial expressions, he's having to give this one a good amount of thought. Just looking at whether he feels comfortable in screwing straight back and cutting that yellow. Just literally needed a finish an inch above where he was. So there was a great comment on the chat, which Paul's conveniently lost.
Who by and what was said?
Well, I'll find it in a second. We'll get there. It was from Paul's wife.
Oh,
Alice.
Oh right, I thought you meant Paul Riley's wife.
No.
I was dreading it.
It was from Mr. Moulding's wife.
Yep.
And because we were talking about Oli's one-handed dart shot.
Yep.
And it basically said that Paul won't thank me for this, but he's also quite adept. He's got his own one-handed spear shot that he does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't know where we're talking about now, whether we're talking about on the pool table or whether it might be...
Too much information.
Are we talking about in the bedroom? You got a one-handed spear shot that you do in the bedroom, have you? Is that jumping off the wardrobe or...?
Is there an age restriction to this pay-per-view before this conversation continues? Will there be something different on pay-per-view later on, Paul?
Well, she did say she wouldn't thank you for saying that. So it's
Never underestimate the quiet man. I've always been told that.
Can you talk us through this one-handed spear shot that you do? I mean, it sounds quite intriguing. No, I definitely don't want you to show me this. What about George? Has he got any moves that he likes to pull off? You got any special moves, George? He's not listening.
He's choosing to ignore you.
He's focused. He's got the earpiece in, and he purports to be listening to us, but actually he's probably just got Radio 2 on.
He's got a smile on his face,
yeah,
and there's a certain hand gesture pointing in our direction to suggest he is listening. Greg just knocked a red safe there. That could be a bit of a problem now, because he's not going to be able to get on that till last, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, that's George's move. Yeah. Big fish, little fish, cardboard box. Of course it is.
Oh, Nick Chalk, what a woman. Chalky, I can't believe you're not here having a few beers with the boys. Oh, actually, no, I have seen somewhere he's waiting 2 weeks' time as my stag do. So, there's a couple of people not drinking tonight, saving up for that, which I'm absolutely devastated about.
So you're not doing Stoptober then, or whatever they call it?
No, tonight's my practice night for my stag do, and then if I survive that, then
sober. October seems to be the month for giving up everything. I don't know what that's all about. It seems to be sober for October and Stoptober and everything else. So
no,
not quite sure what that's all about. So back to the game. It was a nice little shot that Greg played, but just a tiny bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he can't just float this in, can he? He's not going to be on the red back in the middle.
No.
So. It's actually a very tricky shot, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't pass the yellow, so he can't stun it down the rail. Well, it does go inside the yellow, so maybe take the pocket, but he'll certainly want to attack from here. And quite exciting to see the rugby's just about to start as well, but very annoying that the only TV showing it is behind us. So it'd be nice if there was one in front of us that I could just...
I think the idea of the commentators is to watch the pool mode.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Although I can have a word.
I knew I was here for a reason. We've got speedway, horse racing, and football by the look of it, and adverts.
Nick Chalk, can you inform us who won the competition down the plaza today? Is there any results through yet?
Oh yeah, Mike Day was running a comp, handicap comp as well.
Yeah, handicap comp, but there's some very good players in it.
There was some great players.
Saw the list of the groups earlier on. I haven't seen any results, to be honest. I know the Glove is back in good form. He had his Q pinch 7 or 8 months ago, but seemed to find his form again for the top Q. Brilliant run to get to the final.
Absolutely fabulous.
That bloke's an incredible bloke. The amount of effort he puts into running pool, let alone to be able to keep his game to that level to get those kind of results.
And for those that don't know, we're obviously talking about Paul Bolston.
Oh, everyone knows him as the Glove, surely.
And yeah, I mean, beat Greg in the first round. He didn't have an easy ride, did he? He beat
Mike Hancock, who's a good player from Cornwall.
Yeah.
He beat him in down the Galaxy in a tight game.
Darren McVicker.
Darren in the semi, and then Josh Durant in the final. Obviously ended up just being a step too far, but I mean, Josh was in such good form that, the only game that he actually come close to losing was our dry break session down the Exmouth club that you commentated on. That was, other than that, he just blew everyone away, including Jason Twist, didn't he? It was an incredible performance, really. Well, what a shot that is. Have you seen a better shot on that?
That is...
I know I seem to say it every time I watch Paul at the moment, But that is up there.
Have we got the action replays turned on, Paul?
Wow,
Oh,
that's just an incredible positional shot.
What a ridiculous positional shot that was. Well, I think that one could be on our could be going on our viral videos. You know, we talked about the finish that Jordan Church took out against you.
The treble double.
The treble and the double, but I mean that's up there.
He's got to avoid 3 balls, and if he hits any one of them, he's not having a shot at the last red. That there. The saying of cue ball on a bit of string has never been more relevant than that. That was incredible.
And that will give him such a boost.
Oh, inside he'll be absolutely buzzing now. Yeah. And if he makes off this break, I fancy him to clear as well. That is how much of a lift.
You could see as he took a deep breath
yeah.
and he got down, because you could see he was buzzing, absolutely buzzing.
Unfortunately,
he's gone dry.
He's dry broke, and yellows look tap-ins.
Yeah, yellows are. Yellows look great. I mean, obviously, the one difficult ball. He's got a perfect ball to bring it out.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really, because after that finish, the last thing you want to do is just gift your opponent a frame for them to feel comfortable again.
Yeah, and of course, if Greg finds the ball, then it's a gift for him. So. And Paul will want to attack this immediately. I think he can get past the black, so straight away he'll be looking to just nudge this one off the rail and leave the yellow over the opposite. And he's done that really well.
Yeah, nice shot. Like I say, he looks very composed, doesn't he? Nothing really looks like it fazed him at all.
But he said that was really one of his strengths. He's just so mentally strong. Doesn't get fazed by a partisan crowd, doesn't get fazed, just comes out and plays his game. I think he said it kind of comes from his background. Right. The way his father brought him up gave him a lot of humility, made him quite a humble person, so it's gave him a lot of strength of character too.
Yeah.
But he's very proud of the way, you know, he said it's difficult for him to say that he's, because I asked him about his proudest moment, and he couldn't really name it. I kind of fed and said, you know, is it representing England? Obviously, aside from his kids.
Yeah.
And he said, well, yeah, I guess it is representing England, but he said, I don't really do that kind of thing. I'm quite hard on myself because my dad was, so like I'm always, you know, I find it difficult to get out of that mold and think, yeah, I'm really proud of that particular thing.
The only downside to that is you don't really enjoy the achievements that you have until you finish playing, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of his regrets, actually, because he was saying that he's gone back on the county scene because he'd like to have another crack at England, simply because he was so hard on himself that when he was playing for England that he doesn't really count it as one of his major achievements, because, you know, he played for England and he wanted to be doing better and he wanted to be at the top and so on and so forth. And he never had time to reflect. He never gave himself the opportunity to sort of step back and say, wow, look what I did.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of players would just be so over the moon that they got there in the first place.
Yeah.
And I think that he'd like another crack at it so he could just, like, you know, soak up the ambience this time.
Well, those trials are tough to get through for anyone anyway. It's a bit of a lottery.
And that's
he struck that
that's
lovely.
much better cueing.
Yeah, lovely. I actually thought that it wasn't a certainty finish before that shot, but the way he's landed now.
He missed one. He missed one just a few minutes. Sorry, a few frames ago, which was similar to that, and that might have been in the back of his mind. But again, he's a strong character, and he's obviously wiped that from his memory banks and struck that perfectly.
Again, very much a snooker player's cue action, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah. In fact, when I saw him warming up, I knew immediately that he came from a snooker background. It's one of the first things I said to him, because I said, you know, what got you into pool? And he said, well, I never was. I never played pool. I didn't start playing pool till I was well in my 30s. And I said, I knew you come from a snooker background. It's just such a classic snooker cue action. And unbelievably, with that wonderful. With that wonderful cue action that he's got, you'll notice the lovely pause he's got on his backstroke. In fact, a lot of players talk about the pause. He's one of the few players, in my opinion, that does the double pause.
Yeah.
He does the pause at the front of his stroke and then the pause again at the back of the stroke. And some players do the front pause and some players do the back. There's not many that do both. And I was going to say, unbelievably, he's never had any coaching. He's self-taught. No. So how you get this kind of like cue action? The one thing I do notice is a little bit unusual about him. When you watch him cue, his head is to the side of the cue.
You can see it on the break-off shot, can't you?
His head is to the side of the cue. I noticed that earlier.
But then there's a very fine snooker player from around our way. He won't be watching tonight. He's just a massive snooker player. He's called Dave Howe. He regularly is in the final, the singles, highest break of the league. Cue's exactly the same. Left-hander, head to the side of the cue. I've never been able to get my head around how they do it.
No.
And makes massive, massive breaks on the snooker table. And it's just some players, cue action works for them.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of, sorry to interrupt, but I think that's kind of just a little bit endemic of the fact that he's self-taught, because if he was classically coached, they would have coached that out of him. They would have got the middle of his chin onto that cue.
No, I agree. That's where it comes from. I think players, I mean, I don't know their full background history, but players like Joe Swell from snooker and stuff like that, I'd imagine that they weren't coached as young kids. Yeah. And that's how they end up with unorthodox cue actions. And
well, Marco Fu, who just doesn't feather the ball at all.
No, Paul Bolston and Paul. He coaches people. I'm pretty sure he would never coach anyone to cue the same way that he does, very side-on, but it works for him. Yeah. And he's dominated Paul for 25, 30 years by that cue action that he's got.
But the one thing that's very noticeable with Paul, and you would have seen it on the shot a second ago, and we'll probably pick it up again later, is he's looking through his right eye, solely straight down the cue through his right eye.
Well, I got told years ago at snooker that in actual fact, everyone is one eye sighted. There are very few people that are double eye sighted. So in actual fact, most people are cueing with one eye.
Yeah, but you need both. In my opinion, you need both eyes behind it to get the perspective. Because if you try playing with one eye closed,
yeah, I know what you mean.
You lose.
We can't. Nor people that are used to with using both eyes can't do it. But I got told many years ago by a guy that tried to coach me at snooker, Mike Gold, one of the best snooker players Devon ever produced. Everyone was stronger in one eye.
Yeah, no, so I totally agree with that, and I think everyone is predominantly
one eye. Yeah,
one eye, and I think you you aim with your stronger eye, but you obviously follow it with your other eye to gain the perspective.
Yeah, but he's very much just uses one eye, doesn't he, for the lot?
I mean, his other eye's still clearly open, but I mean, you can see, he's looking directly down his cue with his right eye.
This is very good standard, Paul, this so far tonight.
Yeah, fabulous.
You can literally count 2 to 3 mistakes maximum, coming up to 10 frames in.
Yeah, and it looks like
being 5-all. And
it's going to be 5-all.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Should be just a simple. It looks like he just done across onto the yellow, didn't it?
Just gently screw into the yellow, leave both reds into the middle. The cue ball control of both these players has been absolutely second to none, isn't it?
Yep. And I think you can drop this dead weight.
Yeah.
Hold for the other red, and it should be perfect. Lovely. And neither player has been at all phased.
No.
By anything they've seen.
Get it! There's only one hole, Ray! There's only one hole, Ray! Hey, you're not singing anymore!
the lone voice in the pub.
Yeah, one Geordie fan's got particularly excited at
Fantastic.
winning that frame.
And all in good humour as well. Brilliant stuff. So great to get us underway. In frame number 11, 5-all, nothing between the players. And another dry break.
Yeah, Darren McVicker makes a good point. What it is, they queue over their strong rye, which in this situation is obviously not the eye he's got shut. It looks like that when he's queuing up.
It almost does. And thanks very much to Trouble. Thanks very much for joining us.
Well, I'm not really going to thank Trouble. He's not made no comment on the commentary whatsoever. He's just put, "Evening, lads, good stream." Nothing about the two boys in the box. Trouble was watching the commentary earlier on the stream as well for the Shane Dragale match.
Yeah, I think we'll be uploading Greg's shot. That was something incredible, that little finish he made there. So
This makes a change for the best shot I've ever seen not to be against me, to be honest. Normally all these Beard Production highlight reels is me stood there in the corner chalking my cue waiting for another go.
So Paul's just played himself into a little touch of trouble here. He's just got a kiss that he didn't want, and he's got a bit of a problem here. I mean,
well, I would say going by this visit, it's almost like the players are getting sucked into the fact that there's no mistakes, no missed pots.
Yeah.
So it's almost like when you come to the table, you've got to finish.
You feel like you have to finish. Yeah.
And I understand that because I remember when I played Jordan Church, people have said to me after, "Christ, none of you play any safety shots whatsoever, you know, just all go for it." And you do kind of get roped in when both players are just finishing frame after frame. You kind of ignore the obvious, just taking the bag, and he could have just taken this bag just a minute ago,
Yeah.
been in total control of the frame,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you ignore that, don't you, and just see the finish and go for it.
So just a reminder, you're watching Beard Productions. This is Greg Batten versus Paul Riley. They're locked at 5 apiece. We're here live from Exeter Allstars. Hope you're enjoying the stream. My name is Nick Finn, and I'm in the box with Mike King. Looks like Paul's seen something here that he likes the look of, and now he's trying to cover the bag.
I'm not sure he's covered it, is he?
No. No, he's made Greg's life a little bit more difficult. Greg's got a nice angle here to nudge this. If he can get this right, if he could nudge that red down into the gap,
yeah,
that's what he's looking at now.
Yeah.
He could wrestle the advantage away.
I don't think he'll be thinking about a tactical shot. I think he'll be thinking about a finish.
You think he's looking at the
Yeah, yeah. I've seen Greg play enough to know that it's very rare he'll want to leave the table.
And that's a great attitude to have, of course. It's that looks.
I think it's perfect.
It looks okay.
If he can pot this, if he can pot that red, which it looks like he can.
Yeah.
So float the one in behind the black, leave that one so he can pot it, flick the yellow out the way. The whole table's opened up then.
Everything's there.
Like I said, I didn't expect him to want to play a tactical shot, but I think they finished nice for him to be able to go for this. I mean, I don't think I've seen either player cover a bag yet anyway.
No.
Certainly the type of games we want on Beard Productions, these type of games.
That was Paul's attempt to cover the bag, but it was only because he was forced into it.
Yeah. So it looks like the rugby's locked at 3 apiece.
couple of penalties to start the game off.
Well, I don't know what's happened there. I can't even begin to describe that shot because the red has done nothing.
Yeah, I don't know if was he slightly hampered. He couldn't quite get past the yellow. Did he try to?
Yeah,
try to bend it.
I
looked away at the wrong.
Is he might have had to slightly bend the cue ball around the black, and
I looked away just at the wrong time then, so I didn't.
bloody rugby.
I'm getting a disapproving frown from George.
You can always offer him a trade and you take the camera for 5. Get a bit of George on commentary. Love to hear George's shot selection for 5.
It's like having your father sat in the room sometimes. He's a real disciplinarian. Just get the odd disapproving look. So there we go, the first real tactical shot from Paul, where he's taking his bag.
This is probably the first sort of tactical frame, really,
and
obviously a key one because.
And the thing is, although you won't see Greg play many of them, he is a real good tactician.
Yeah, very good. He wasn't so much 12 months ago. I think we could both say that for ourselves, but he's come on leaps and bounds. And obviously, he's put a lot of practice in with Dave Williams, and there's no one better than him.
Yeah.
Other than Keith Brewer, from what I've been told, Dave's the best I've ever seen tactical. Turns frame after frame around that can't be won. So if you're practicing with him, you can't help but learn the basics of it, really.
Is there anyone else having problems with the volume on the commentary? I know I have to say I was listening to the match this afternoon at home, and I had the commentary up on full volume, and I was still struggling to hear things. So I don't know whether I know Trouble's just mentioned that. Can we increase the commentary volume?
Well, that means they want to hear us, Nick. You're doing a good job.
I'll just bump it up a little bit. Hopefully that's better for you.
Is Trouble going to confess and tell us who they really are?
They're Trouble. Hopefully that's better. We've just nudged it up a bit, but if no one else is complaining about the same thing, it might be your device. I know I didn't say anything because it may well be my laptop, because I think the volume's gone on it. I uploaded Windows 10 and everything seems to start going wrong on it. As soon as I put that on, it's all starting to fall to pieces. Yeah, George had the same thing. So avoid Windows 10. It seemed like the right thing to do, but
pretty sure Bill Gates is livid with you right now.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is, you've got a multi-billion-dollar company, and they forgot 9. I mean, what happened there? They don't even know how to count to 10. Yeah, we've just bumped all the volumes up, Nick, so hopefully things should be coming through a little bit louder, a little bit clearer.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, just making Paul's life a bit more difficult, if it's not difficult enough already. So frame 11 starts to grind the game to a halt a little bit. I mean, the first 10 frames took somewhere probably, I would say, about an hour. Maybe an hour and 5 minutes.
Started a little bit late, didn't they? So
so
possibly an hour for 10. This is probably going close to 15, 20 minutes now.
That's a pretty good rate, isn't it? It's 5 minutes a frame.
Yeah. Well, both are naturally attacking players. We can see that from the pool that we've seen.
Yeah, 5-6 minutes of frame with you know, racket in between, probably about 5 minutes at the table.
Well, I can't even imagine what he's seen here, other than leaving the long double. Which it's kind of a bit of shot to nothing as well. If he plays the double, I mean, obviously Greg's got these 2 problem yellows on the right hand side. Yeah, that's what he's leaving. And the other thing is, if he covers the bag, you know, that also gives him the advantage. So in or over is the key here, I think. Because he's kind of got it in his back pocket that. Nice.
Yeah, he's missed that by a long way.
Yeah, he's closer to it in the middle.
Yeah. But
very unknowledgeable crowd that they've clapped that.
yeah.
That was all Geordie supporters, by the way.
Yeah, he's got away with one there for sure.
Yeah.
Just clipping the red and taking the bag. Certainly not what he played.
Hard to imagine Red's winning from there now, isn't it?
Yeah. But I kind of felt that he had that as he could have executed it a lot better, obviously. But
yeah.
it was kind of a shot to nothing. But the way he played it, the way where the whites landed it, it would have been pretty horrible for him. And also, if he hadn't covered the bag, he's left everything there for Greg as well. Because obviously he's left this red in the middle, which was obviously one of the balls that Greg had in trouble. So had he not covered that bag, this would have been a real opportunity for Greg.
Yeah. I still think that red is pretty comfortable to get on into the opposite bulk corner, though.
Yeah, and well, there's enough room. I don't know if Greg's looked at that angle, but there is enough room to pot in that pocket where that yellow is.
Yeah.
The ball closest to the red. If you go cush first, it's going to go in off the back of the yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to play.
That's what he's looking at.
My statement of I'm not sure how Reds are going to win will look very silly if this goes in. It's close.
That's the shot. Great shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Reds are going to win.
Just play a shot like that.
I didn't realise that red went so easily into the middle,
No.
to be fair, to start with.
But I mean, that was my point, really. It was the fact that, you know, Paul played that double, but he could have left, you know, even if he'd have got the double, the white was nowhere. There wasn't a massive amount of foot weight into his shot.
Get on, buddy! Come on, Brad!
Sorry about that, Mike just flicking his headphones off. Probably pinged in your ears.
Perfect, Brad. Get up, buddy. Take it on, mate. Come on, Greg. Come on, mate.
And another really difficult clearance made it look fairly easy here. And that'll be a real boost for Greg.
Yeah, massive frame to win. And the songs have started. I like this.
And the local lads getting their own back on the lone Geordie voice from earlier.
Top atmosphere. Both players are enjoying it as well.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
Yeah,
good banter.
And it's all good friendly stuff as well.
Yeah.
I noticed that the Geordies are one side of the room, but equally there's a few locals in there as well. I noticed Russell Frame sat amongst them, so
yeah, he loves it. Doesn't he?
It's all in good order. Looking to be another dry one.
Reds don't look that difficult either.
There's quite a high number of of dry breaks so far. Both players will be wondering what's going on with that break. And England are 10-3 down in the rugby. They have to win this game as well, of course, otherwise they're out of the World Cup. How's Romania getting on, George? Are they no good?
I do think this is when Greg's at his best, when he plays at a bit of a slower tempo, nothing too rushed.
Sounds like Lakin's playing on the IPA stream. So. Yeah, keep us updated on that one, Nick. That'd be interesting to know. Who's Lakin playing? I know he played on the stream this afternoon, I think, didn't he? Someone mentioned
beat the French #1.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah. Is it Chris Lambert?
Christophe Lambert. Yeah, yeah. I saw Lambert play last night actually.
And then obviously you've got Lakin and Nosko in a couple of weeks' time, haven't you? The decider.
Next week.
Next week, is it?
Week,
yeah.
From Derby. Being streamed by not by us, unfortunately. Good old Rhino's got that one.
Yeah.
A little bit awkward here for Greg. I don't know if he can. Not quite sure whether he can just
screw into the red. Is he?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much. Yeah, he was just trying to screw.
He missed the yellow. He was fine, wasn't
he? Yeah. He just had the wrong angle to hold for the red. So
Craig Lakin is playing Jared Cronje.
Jared Cronje. Look like you've had a bit of a problem with your screen there, Mike.
That's what happens when you have young children.
So he's looking at playing this red off the yellow.
Mr. Nosko has just entered the building.
Nosko's walked in looking like, I'm guessing he's probably been playing football again. He's got a bit of a limp on, which normally happens after he's been playing football.
What I've seen so far from both players, you'd expect them to take these yellows out now, wouldn't you? In fact, he's been given a chance.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's if the quality of play stays the same, then of course Paul's. We mentioned earlier, Paul's played a couple of money matches in the past, played against Max, won 25-15. Also had a 40 grand match lined up against Neil Britton. He did explain to me his reasons for pulling out of that game, which I won't discuss on here, just for
well,
just out of politeness to him, really.
Yeah,
I
I don't really want to know the reasons. I see totally both sides of the story, regardless, really. I mean, if you're the home venue and you've put the time in, you want the game.
Yeah.
But if you've travelled and you're playing for your backers' money and you don't feel right and don't feel comfortable playing the game, I think it's a brave, honourable man to then pull out of the game. Because I'm not sure that I would have been able to have had the balls to do that.
I mean, talking to him, it seemed like he was fairly strong, fairly focused. He knows what he wants, and I don't think it was anything apart from. He seems like quite. He seems like quite a purposeful man who he does his research. He said he always researched his opponents, and I think he went into the game with his eyes open, and I don't think he pulled out at the last minute because of fears of losing the game.
No.
I think there were genuine reasons for him not wanting to play on that table.
Yeah.
Now, whether people agree with that or not, I've no idea.
That's opinions, isn't it?
Those are opinions, and Paul took a lot of flack over pulling out of that game, and because he doesn't really, he's not a very vocal person. He doesn't talk on. What another fabulous shot! He doesn't really post on Facebook. He doesn't. I mean, he watches our streams all the time. I've never seen him talk in the chat box.
No.
I think he's just a quiet person, understated, and he keeps himself to himself. And he's never stood up and given his reasons. He sort of said between UI and the gatepost, and the reasons he gave were fair and honest, and they were his reasons. And as I say, I don't think he would have ever pulled out of that game for because he suddenly feared that he was playing a better player.
I don't think you make the journey from Newcastle to Wolverhampton, would it have been?
Yeah, I think it was.
I mean, that's still a 2-3 hour drive at least.
Yeah.
You don't bother making that trip, getting your room for the night and all that if you're not prepared to play the game. But obviously, I totally get it from Neil Britton's point of view that, when you've put all the practice in, you've got all your backers' money ready, you've got your home game, you're absolutely devastated on the night of the game that it gets cancelled, aren't you? Of course you are.
And all of his backers would have been upset, etc. And I think it was cited that there had been a money match played on that very table. I think it was Rob Chiltern playing against somebody. I might be wrong, but there was but that was in 2011, so a lot can happen in football.
Yeah.
And as I say,
hopefully those guys can come together and get the game on again at some point.
Yeah. That's a
uncharacteristic mistake.
Yeah, very, very odd, and quite noticeably rushed it.
Yeah, and he hit it quite hard as well.
He got down and just immediately played it. Didn't seem to.
Although having said that, I'm looking at him right now and he doesn't look flustered whatsoever.
No.
It's not the best position
It's
for
not,
Greg will ever play, but you still expect him to knock this in.
Greg eats these for dinner. I mean, don't see any problems with his shot whatsoever. And Max Nosko just behind us, I heard him mumbling. He didn't do that against me, did he?
Get it!
Big frame.
Yeah, I had no doubt in my mind that he was going to pop that one.
I think.
Are you? That's good. Well, Mike's stepping out of the commentary box for a while, so thanks very much to him. Thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Greg getting us underway for, I believe, frame number 13. And that would have been a frame that he didn't expect to win. And joining me in the commentary box with Mike's Exit, got Max Nosko. How you doing, Max?
Evening all.
I saw you limping in. You've been playing football today, haven't you?
I should have gone to hospital, but I wanted to come and watch this. I just had an overdose on paracetamol.
It was a football match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a football match.
Of course.
It wasn't my missus beating me up.
So you've only just arrived?
Yeah, I've been getting some updates on the way from Nick Chalk, and
I see. Yeah.
he said that the standard was quite good. So
yeah, it's been really good so far. The first 4 or 5 frames.
Bit of an odd miss, that yellow.
It was really strange, and uncharacteristically, you know, he's quite purposeful over his shots, and he just seemed to get down and hit that one.
Yeah, I was speaking to Josh Corkett about it earlier, and he's like, when he played me, he was like really methodical around the table, like really took his time and that, and he didn't really miss much against me, even though I played quite poor, but didn't expect him to miss that yellow at all. But it looks like he's got pretty standard clearance here, to be honest with you. Just the only problem yet is the yellow next to the red end of the table, but it might go down into...
I think it might pass the... I think it passed the red up into the top corner. I don't know if we can get a shot from... If we can get a shot from the right-hand side. I don't know if that... I think that might pass into the top corner. I don't know.
It is tight.
It's close.
It is very tight.
It's close. I would say it does.
But like he's queuing up here, this is what I was going to say. This yellow probably does go down to here, but he might have to pinch it a little bit aside.
And how are you, Max? Then I mean, you've obviously got your. We mentioned we've got your game next Saturday.
Yeah, against Craig Lakin.
Against Craig Lakin. Craig's playing on the IPA stream as we speak.
He just had a good run. I think he just lost in the main event to Dan Davey, but I don't know how he's doing in the amateur event. I think Paul's just played quite a loose shot there. He didn't really want to knock that yellow there, because that's really where he wants the white to get onto his bad yellow, but he's made it a lot harder than what it really was.
And how are you feeling about your game?
I'm feeling good,
yeah?
Really good, yeah. Like,
you're playing well?
Really well. Playing with Josh, and you can ask him yourself, I'm playing really well, but it's not just about how you're playing in practice. It's just all on the night, this game.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah. There's so much on the night. It's so much about... I've said it before many times. You know, people bemoan guys who turn up on a snooker table and have an off night, on a pool table and have an off night. But who knows? Who's to say they didn't have a bad night's sleep the night before? They had a row with the missus, or you know, their child's in hospital, or who knows? Who knows the story behind the reason why their focus isn't at the table? And you know, a lot of it is about a lot of this game is about mental strength. I mean, yes, it's very much about practice and repetition, and you know, having a good cue action, etc., etc. But so much of it's between the ears.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about the prep off the table as well. It's not just about how well you cue in. You're definitely right there. Just taking his time, making sure. Yellow in the middle.
Yeah, it's the most time I've seen him take over any shots, actually. It's much more purposeful.
His setup looks fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
He's playing this off the red. If he catches it thin, he'll draw it. Yeah, it's a great shot.
That really is a super, super shot.
Controlled it really well. Perfect position for the...
and a classic cue action as well. So.
Yeah, he's got a lovely cue action.
When you have a cue action like that, it's difficult to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, not much can go wrong with something like that. Perfect.
So he'll be happy winning this frame after giving the last one away.
Very good finish there from Torelli.
And this game could go very, very deep.
Yeah, I reckon this could go either way. Talking about talking about it earlier with Greg's form about 5-6 months ago. If he could reproduce that form, he's going to be very tough to beat. Very tough. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
And England have got some real problems on the rugby. 17-3 down. Could see the end of them in the World Cup, I think, the way that one's going.
I'm English, and I said to everyone they can't win. There was just a shambles in that last game. Lucky. Pull to break them. He's caught them well.
Yeah, nice simple break.
Yellows are nice.
Just straight to the head ball, screwing back, and again, it's one of those breaks that not a great deal can go wrong. If anything's going to go wrong, it'll just be one of the balls coming back at the table to kick the white in. But he controls the white very well off his break. He has done all the way through the match.
It's the early stages, though. Like, the break can desert you at any time.
Yeah.
It's just such an important shot.
Yeah, actually, it has been fairly dry for both players so far. So Reds look favourite here, don't they? Sorry, Yellows look favourite here. What was it?
Yeah.
I was looking at Yellows and I came out with Reds for some bizarre reason. I knew what I meant.
Yeah. You've been doing this long enough now. Yeah.
I know. I could hear you winding up a torrent of abuse before I quickly corrected myself.
I was like, shall I say something?
And we understand that you've also got a game against Mike King lined up.
Yeah, well, that's in the pipeline. We've sorted out the amount, and I think it's on the 30th of January. Just trying to keep a pot, not to a minimum, just to like a nice standard, because obviously we're friends and that.
Yeah.
Just everybody wanted to see the game we were talking about a long time ago, if you can remember.
So what do you think you're going to be playing for, like 5,000 each?
It's capped at 5,000 each.
Yeah.
We're playing at 5,000 I don't know where we're going to be playing first. I think it is Spenny's Sports Bar in Bridgewater first, and then here, Exeter Allstars second.
There should be a couple of great games.
Oh dear.
Just right away there, wow.
What was that?
You know, if he's going for the yellow towards the right hand side of the table, he's under hit that by a good 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah, definitely. Could probably even say a foot, to be honest.
Yeah, well, yeah, he could have gone the extra foot anywhere from.
See, Greg's got a chance in a frame which I didn't think he was actually going to get a shot.
No.
But it's like, we can talk, but it's completely different when you're out there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that from experience. Interestingly, Paul, when I asked him about his future ambitions in the game, he said it was to coach. He wants to give something back to the game. He's really passionate about it, and he wants to give the game some credibility. He wants to build a good reputation for the game, which I was really impressed by, actually. He wants to get a lot of the youngsters around the northeast and teach them how to play the right way as well.
Yeah.
He said that he likes the gentlemanly aspect of snooker, and he wants to bring more of that to the pool game.
Yeah, you can tell that he was a snooker player. Just his demeanour around the table is just top notch. It is. It's just exactly the same as how you'd see like just a really calm snooker player just walk around the table. He's a really good player.
Nothing seems to fluster him, that's for sure. Even his facial expressions don't change. I've not really seen anything of him like, you know, shaking his head. You see some people slumped in their chair. He's just alert, waiting to get back to the table all the time.
Yeah, when he played me, I always have a good following, and nothing did phase him whatsoever, and my crowd are really rowdy.
Yeah, well, he mentioned that before. He said he's got no fear about playing away from home.
That isn't the best of shots.
No, that's a bit of a surprise
The
there.
thing is, though, it's all about this yellow. Obviously, this yellow here down with the two reds.
On the left-hand side, yeah.
It's obviously getting across to this yellow as well. So it makes
side,
the finish still isn't easy at all. He needs to make sure he gets the right route. He needs to get it right. I don't know how the pockets are playing either. It's quite a new table, obviously, because this is only just open.
Yeah.
Cloth looks top notch. So down the rails are going to give quite nicely, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, he was practicing a lot of shots down the rail earlier. Didn't seem to want to take it at a great pace.
Did you hear about his game that he cancelled himself?
The game against Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, actually. I did speak to Paul about that when I did a little Q&A with him before the game started, and we had a good chat about that. And
to be honest with you, fair play to you. I think fair play to him. It takes a lot more bottle.
Well, funnily enough, Mike King said exactly the same thing. It takes a lot of bottle.
The money's
to walk away
there.
from the game.
Everybody's gone. Bought the hotel.
Yep.
And then he said, "No thanks. I'm not letting everybody else's money."
And as I mentioned earlier, he took a lot of flack for that.
Yeah, he
took
did.
A lot of
I
flack.
stuck up for him with that, to be honest with you.
And as I say, he had his reasons. We spoke about his reasons, and they were very valid reasons. I'm not going to go into them because it might
just bring it all back, and there's no point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all finished with now.
It reflects poorly as well. So it's I respect him for the decision he made.
Yeah.
And as I say, he took a lot of flack and never really defended himself over it.
No. You had a lot of people that probably don't even know much about Paul that have just gone straight into him and stung him about it, which is just stupid, really. But oh well, it's finished now. I played Neil before at the Midlands when I was about 18, and that table was immaculate back then.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, tight down the rails, but it played lovely. I'm surprised that I seen pictures of the table where I'm not getting involved. It looked fine in my eyes, but I'm not. It's up to Paul, isn't it? Can see that he's sponsored by 8 Ball Direct. A lot of the big players from up north are sponsored by there.
Maybe that's someone we need to get in touch with, Paul, for
a sponsorship
for the sponsorship for the streaming.
Another loose shot.
8 Ball Direct. And if there's anyone watching in that is interested in sponsoring beer productions, we have spaces available for the Jordan Church, Simon Fitzsimmons game, and also the Clint Ianson versus Craig Waddingham game. So if you want to get your name on our page, as you see it right there, then you can have your company logo on screen.
Jordan Shepherd, not Jordan Church.
Did I say Jordan Church? Sorry. My brain's not engaged today.
You're sat in the box with the wrong person. He needs to leave a little bit of anger here. He's got to force it in a little bit.
I've mentioned that game about 4 times and said Jordan Shepherd every time. I don't know.
He's got to play it like a stun, just to stun up and to just leave himself between the gap.
Yeah, he literally just needs to stun above the red, doesn't he? And it's the gap's there.
Shot.
Yeah, played that really well.
Yeah, he did.
Cued it very nicely. It's got a lovely long backstroke. And 7-all. Locked together again.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there are any breaks. We'll try and find that out for you. Break after 20 frames. Oh, what are they doing to me? I don't get any breaks nowadays.
No, I hope they pay you good money.
I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to have 5 minutes off. I've got to wait 20 frames before I can have some fresh air.
All in all, at the moment, both players look quite good, to be honest with you. Like you said, it does look like it's going to go close. obviously. Everybody wants it.
Oh, there you go.
Let's go.
There's a question going on. Who wants O'Brien and Max on commentary? I'm going to put my hand in the air and say yes for that one, because that gives me a nice break.
I'll have 2 hands up.
There you go. He's in the chair. Mike O'Brien is coming to you.
Oh, no. Come on in, Batten. Run him over. Just got coming into the chair now, the Barry Hearn of Plymouth. Mr. Michael O'Brien. Oh, no. So unlucky, he kicked his little bag. Nick Chalk, he's a twat.
Breaks are absolutely killing Greg tonight, in fairness.
When I walked in, he had a dry one and Paul capitalised. And now it looks like he's got another chance. What would you be going here, Mike?
I think it's without a doubt it's got to be yellows.
Yeah, definitely.
But I've seen Paul Riley play before. He's not quite the player of Greg's calibre. Greg's massive favourite, in my opinion.
I did have a bad night at the office.
To be honest with you, Max, when you played him, I thought you played really, really well. I mean, you only lost by 13 frames. I think it was a great standard of game by yourself. I actually expected him to beat you by 15 to 20 frames, but fair play to you, mate. You turned up on the night. You played better than I thought, and you got to 13, I think, on the night. It was a very, very good standard by yourself.
Let him have my money, he can take it.
I was over the moon. Obviously, I had a couple of quid on Paul that night.
Oh, no.
Nick Chalk is an absolute legend.
Chalky, get your money out, mate.
I've actually been trying to get on this live stream for about 4 years. Paul Muldoon has always banned me. I've never understood why. I mean, I've always been a very neutral opinion of Paul. I absolutely love it.
I wouldn't say neutral.
It's always neutral, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh my God.
That's terrible.
That's not quite terrible. It's worse than terrible. It's got very.
Is he on the one in the middle?
He's got very lucky there.
Yeah, he's got a perfect angle to flick out as well. Don't you start, Kingo, because you're having it.
Just for everyone watching tonight, just wonder what everyone's opinion is on the Mike King Max Noskell game on January the 30th.
Oh, this ain't going to be neutral. No way.
Let's hear some odds for the game. Obviously, it's a very, very tough game for both players. Both great players. Nick Chalk, give me odds. Go.
Mike King's like 1 to 4.
I'd say 1 to 7 personally. But
I'll give you 1 to 7.
Noskell's got to be 11 to 2.
11 to 2?
Yeah, if it's 1 to 7, it's got to be 11 to 2.
Is that +5 as well?
+5, I'd say you're probably 2 to 1.
Can't win. Getting into all these games against these big players now. He hasn't got that yellow out as much as he wanted, though, has he?
If he doesn't clear up for me, I'll be very amazed. Oh, Nick Chalk's opinion is Mike can't lose.
Oh, no. Nick Chalk, you're going to lose your money, mate. This is the worst thing to do. Get him involved with me on this commentary box.
Or Noskell, who's the best players in the Devon-Plymouth area then, in your opinion?
Best player in Devon?
Devon-Plymouth area.
The most underrated player in Devon is Dave Williams, by miles. But everybody in Devon knows of Dave Williams, except obviously people around. Quality player, but...
I'll do it if they trust me. That's it.
Best player in Devon? Without a shadow of a doubt. And I've always said it, I don't know why I think it's Darren McVicker.
Very, very good player. Quality player.
But obviously you've got the likes of Greg, you've got the likes of Mike, you've got the likes of Dave Williams. It's just so... Even Jez as well. Jamie Graham. It's just...
Most underrated player, in my opinion, has got to be Josh Durant. Absolute brilliant player.
I rate him, though, so I don't underrate him.
Not many others, though.
No. I think he's quality.
Yeah, he's a great player. Got to say, poor Riley has been quite lucky in this frame, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. He fluked it, really, didn't he?
I mean, it's a tough black here, in fairness.
I've seen he's missed.
You've seen the nerves from him there. The way he potted it in the middle of the bag, he was clearly nervous.
Yeah, he was nervous.
What's the pot then for you and Mike when you're playing Nosco?
We've capped it, I think. 5k each, both legs.
That's fair play, I like that.
Yeah, I don't really want to go too much. He's better than me. It's all on the night.
He's better than me. Fuck you, I love it. Nosco's a legend. He plays anybody in the world.
Yeah. Potsy, come on down. What about the big game coming up soon?
Who's that?
Are you lumping again?
Who's that one?
You know I'm on about. Mr. Thompson versus Oli Bell.
No, I'm not going to touch it, mate.
No, you haven't touched it?
No, I'm not going to this time.
How's he going to get the pot then?
I ain't got a clue, mate, but last time he cost me a few quid and I thought he was quite bad. In fact, I don't think he was that good, actually. I thought he was terrible.
The thing is, if Oli didn't get that start, Oli was really sloppy.
Yeah, but then after that, he come right back into it, and I thought he missed some key shots. And I'll be honest with you, listen, I love Shane the bits. I think he's a lovely guy, but I don't think he's been the same player for a couple of years, and that's just my opinion. So no, I won't touch it. I think Ollie's going to be the big favourite on the night. Honestly, I do. But I hope Shane wins because I like him. He's a person.
I think most of the people in the Southwest want to see Shane to win.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's mainly down to probably Sonny Bale. He's not the most popular person.
Get your money on, Mike.
On who?
Lakin.
Why is that?
I've already got told.
On what?
He's already said you're having a bet.
Who has?
Lakin.
Yeah, right.
I'm only pulling your leg, mate.
Listen, mate, if I could get money on Lakin, I would. I begged him. I begged him and begged him and begged him, but he said, no, Michael, I just can't take it. I said, OK, fair enough. I've lost too much on you, Max.
I know.
You've cost me my last missus, my last daughter. I've lost everything. I'm just not doing it no more, mate.
Don't touch the games I'm involved.
I'll have a bottle of Bubby.
That's enough, mate.
I'll double a quit on who has the most break dishes.
All right, let's have a bet this frame.
Well, one frame. Right, so Paul's got to be what, 1-3?
No. We're not doing winner of the frame. The winner wins on reds or yellows.
Oh, I like it. Right, I'm gonna go reds.
We'll go 5 a frame, right?
Oh, I love it. Now we're talking. £5 a frame, reds or yellows.
You want reds, yeah?
I'm going reds here, buddy. Yeah. All in. It's nervous. It's tense.
Come on, Reds, go safe. Go safe, Reds.
It's dry break. It's dry. 100% it's dry.
Go safe, Reds. Reds are safe. Come on, the yellows. Come on, yellows. Michael's just going to go and do his bollocks to me.
I'm ruined. I've only got enough for a couple of beers, and now I've seems to have lost it in Osco. Every time I bet with Max, I seem to lose. If I back him, I back against him. It seems to go wrong. He's a lovely guy, but it just cost me a fortune.
Tap-ins. These are tap-ins.
Oh, you can't call them tap-ins. It's mega pressure.
I said 14th of November. Ideally, I'd like it in October, so I go to Vegas.
Top 2 yellows. The 2 yellows next to each other near the right top bag. Play the top.
Nick Chalks just commented on Facebook. Me to the sweaty naughty word. Ollie will drop out. I'm assuming Nick Chalk don't think the game's going to happen.
The date has changed loads, fine, hasn't it?
Yeah, but they have both got commitments. You can't knock him for that. I don't think he'll pull out. I think, personally, he's probably favourite. He's played him, beat him.
Yeah, I don't see why he'd be worried. Pull out, yeah.
No, I don't think he's going to pull out in the slightest. I think he's big favourite.
He looks really good at the moment.
It's like Josh Corker. He's a new man on the block, isn't he? He just can't lose.
Yeah, he's top boy at the moment.
Whoever Josh plays, Josh wins. Fact.
Benny's champion. The thing is, he don't want to leave Bridgewater. He don't know. He only knows the TA6 postcode.
What's wrong with that? Hey, I'll call that clever. You get all these big-headed people who wants to travel the world and lose all their money. Stick in your own venue, mate. Win your games in front of your missus, your future wife, and enjoy the night.
That's it.
Fair play to him, mate. He's a great, great player. Very underrated, I think.
Definitely.
I used to think I was as good as him until I seen him play. Now I won't go near him. He's an absolute quality player. Absolute quality. Very underrated.
There's such a good calibre of pool players in the Southwest at the moment, though, isn't there? It's just gone up miles ever since Mike and Greg have joined as well. I tell you what, there wouldn't be many teams in the country, I reckon, that would give Southwest a good run for their money.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good shape. The problem is we're so far down when the big tournaments happen that
We're not involved.
Brighton, yes, you're not up there.
No.
We're so far out the way. Nick Chalk's got to be up there. I mean, he's loving the commentary tonight. He's got to be in the top 2 or 3 million in the city.
Look at him going World War II Josh's play. Yeah, Corkett needs a 4-star, first to 17.
Yeah, that's a silly comment. I've got to be honest. Josh Corkett is a great player, but
The thing is, Cork's a nice guy as well. You don't actually want to talk a game. It'll come to him.
listen, that's the best way to be, mate. That is the best way to be. Let it talk it up. Josh Durant, in my opinion, is without a doubt different league, and that's nothing against the boy. Who's it?
Josh knows. Cork knows his limits.
He's a nice guy, mate. Come on, Bats. You don't have to be an idiot though to play these games. Just go, like you say. The thing is with him, he is a lovely, lovely guy, isn't he? So go about your business, play what you got to do, and let other people talk the games up. I remember giving somebody advice about 2 years ago. I think it was Mr. Nosko, but he didn't listen to me.
No, I've done myself over. I could have had a car, a house, a kid, everything. No, oh, no, I've got a kid.
Yeah. Let's ignore it, Michael. I'll just replay Rob Bourne, Dan Davey. We'll go after the world.
I'll play all the top boys. Try and get my reputation by the time I'm 17.
Fair play. You got balls, Max. I'll give you that.
That's about it, mate. Hot in a Batten.
That's got to be up with the best clearance I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he's clearly got poor Riley rattled.
Come on, Batten! That puts me £5 up.
Do you want to go?
So then we're 8-8 all. Four more frames in this session. It's vital. If Greg can go 3-1 now.
It's great. His breaks has killed him all night, in fairness. All night long.
Yeah.
Been a shame.
This one. Right, that's 5. What colour do you want?
Oh, I won that one, didn't I?
No, I won that
Oh,
one.
yeah. All right, I'll go reds.
All right.
Double a quit, yeah?
Yep.
Never dry break. Oh, no way.
Oh, this is reds as well. I don't know, actually. No. They're both horrible, aren't they, really?
Horrible.
Yeah, that red don't go there. But
Got to be honest, Max, this is why you're not in the top 20 in the city, mate. It's just...
I'm in Exeter. I'm not even in the top 20 in Exeter.
You can't see it, Max, honestly. He couldn't make a top 30 in Bristol, so he buggered off to Bridgewater. And now he's coming down to Exeter trying to get in as well.
And trying to smuggle in, trying to get top boy. I can't do it.
Go to Cornwall, mate. You'll definitely be in the top 2 in Cornwall.
I got a chance there, I think.
I'd say probably Zambooni's up there with the top 1. But let's be honest, mate. Booney's...
Hassan as well, aren't you? Or is that the wrong place?
No, he's up there, I think, as well. Yeah, but I mean, you got to be honest. Booney's merely an average player at best, I'd say.
That's one game that I've always wanted to find the answer about.
What?
I was speaking to Alan Bartlett
yeah.
and Anthony Hassan last time I was down there when I played in that.
Nick Chalk, to answer your question, buddy, I've not touched the game, mate. O'Brien Camp's going for a bit of a hard financial situation, so I've had to lay off it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Anthony Hassan said he wanted to play me at Alan Bartlett's place.
And what start have you got to give him, sorry?
Levels.
Sorry, what start has he got to give you? Because obviously he's clearly a better player. There's no way in a million years you are playing him off scratch. If it is, let me know the time and date and I'm backing him, mate. You cannot physically beat him. I've seen you play many times, buddy.
Not the player I used to be.
Years back, I thought you were okay. Then I watched you play. There's no way Hassan's playing you, not a chance. Let's end the conversation. This is not going to happen.
Hayden Pinney put it out there about me and McVicker.
Darren's not interested in money games, in fairness, is he? I don't think. Darren's just, listen, when he's on it, he's absolutely sickening. He's just scary.
Yeah, he's the best player around. When he's on it, no one's touching him, trust me.
His A game, when everyone's on their A game, yeah, I agree. He is scary good, scary. But his problem is he just doesn't care about the game. It doesn't bother him. He'll play it for a laugh, he won't give a fine bum, he just don't care.
No.
But when he's not on it, that's his problem, and that's
it
the
annoys
downside.
me so much, man, when I see him put himself down and stuff like that. He's unreal.
He's a
Unreal.
quality player, mate. He's differently to you, Max, in fairness.
Thanks for missing that black down the rail, mate. That's just won me the Super 16.
Hey, mate, that would be about 1100, mate. Everyone loved on Darren.
You was given a nice price on him, though. You enticed him.
Yeah, I only did it because I thought all your backers would back you.
Yeah.
I thought I'd go 1 to 2, thinking they were all going to lump on you. And with that, they lumped on Darren. I was like, oh, no.
Oh, he's only gone yellows, hasn't he? Split them. Get out of the way, Red. Come on in the yellows.
Oh, he's only a Paul Riley fan now. What a disgraceful human being, Max Nosko. Oh, yeah, I forgot we got a 5, haven't we? Double of quits.
Yeah, I think I was in front at this stage when I played him, and then after that...
I've got to be honest with you, mate. I watched the game. I don't think there was a time he was in front. I think
I was full one up.
all I remember seeing is after frame 5 or 6, someone had to go behind you to pick your bum up because you missed a couple of balls. So after that happened, I was obviously I was just kind of watching, and then I seen him go far in front.
He steamrolled me.
I mean, it got to the stage, it was a little bit embarrassing to watch. I mean, it was one of them.
It was. I missed a black along the bottom rail. I think Willow would have potted my daughter.
Listen, you live and learn, mate. Got to give it to him. He does take his time on every shot. He thinks it through. He's a very, very good player.
Yeah, he's steady.
Look what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, Breaks has killed him, but...
If his break starts going well, Greg looks like he's playing well. You could blitz him.
Greg don't miss much when he's on it. As simple as that.
He must be really sharp. He must be practicing quite a lot, obviously, before this game.
I played him yesterday, and he, I lost 14 frames in a row. Not saying much about me because I'm a terrible player, but...
Yeah, but that's still hard to do.
He had 11 8-balls in 12 frames. Honestly, I love him to bits. I wanted to beat him up. It's disheartening. If you played somebody and lost like that, 11 8-balls in 12 frames.
Ask Corkett about his situation last weekend.
Well, obviously, when I was speaking to Lakings, obviously I'm backing him low to get... I did see on Facebook he doesn't believe it. He does seem to think it's a bit of a myth.
It's not a myth. Ask him. He's right there.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, buddy. I don't know if you've got the capabilities of getting 10 8-balls in a row. That's some going, mate.
That's break dishes, not just 8 balls.
That's what I mean. Even more. I just can't. I can't see you having that in your armory, mate. What was you doing? Winning breakout day, was you?
Yeah.
What was the final score?
I think you went 3-1 up, and then I won 11-3.
Wow. Hey, did you two get on in practice then? Does he compete with you or not really?
Love him to bits, but no.
Listen, he's a very good player, but in all due respect, you're a league above him. You know that. We've all know that. Do you play for money when you play your friends, or not really?
Me and Josh, we might play for like fivers. I'm not playing Josh for money. I'm not playing my friends for money either. Not my close friends anyway. Obviously, I'm friends with Mike, but...
We can't do any different. We down in Plymouth, it's always money.
It's gamble, isn't it? Gamble central down there. Even though I do like a punt.
If you play for a fiver, I just don't get it. It bore the hell out of me.
Yeah,
but you play long frames, don't you? Like first, like 13 and 20s and that.
Yeah, just practice. All it is practice.
Me and Matt Walker on the Thursday night play press the 5s and 6s.
You two are wild, though. Too wild for me.
He's too good for me, mate. He's a different league. I think I paid for his rent and his mortgage last month.
You could probably afford to rent out his house and someone else's house and his house.
Believe me, Nosko, every penny I had went on you.
Oh, no.
I'm only joking, mate. You just lost half of it. Good shot again by Paul Riley. Come on then, Chalky, give me your top 5. You're the only one talking here. Who's your top 5 in the Safe West? Who's your top 5 in the Safe West, Nick Chalk? Let's alleviate Ben Flack and Jason Twist out of this conversation, just for a bit of banter.
Yeah.
Because they always get mentioned and everyone forgets them.
And do it on current form as well.
That's interesting. What's yours going to be then, Max?
I'm not putting myself in there because that just sounds ridiculous.
No, if you think you're in it, put yourself in it.
No, current form.
Well, let's start from 5. No, start from 1 because easier, isn't it?
1, me.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
No, hey, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion.
I'd put McVicker at number 1.
Wow.
Definitely. No, I'd put it's either Dave Williams or Mike King.
That's an absolute great shot by Greg Batten.
Yeah, it's a very good shot.
Very, very good shot. So Darren number 1, Dave number 2, you said, was it?
Yeah, Mike King number 3.
Yeah.
Myself or Greg number 4 is tight. And then, actually, no, I forgot about Oli, haven't we?
Yeah, he's in the Safe West, you can't knock that.
It's just so hard.
You've always got Sonny by you as well.
Oh, God.
Let's have a laugh at that.
Yeah, Oli looks like he's on top form at the moment as well.
Listen, he's a great player on his day, and you can't knock him.
No.
I mean, he's no Josh Corker or nothing like that, but I think you missed one, mate. I think you've missed Josh Durant. I think it's a...
Yeah, current form actually, yeah. Jesus, it's just so hard to pick because I don't want to let anyone down. Josh Durant is up there.
Let anybody down?
I don't want to feel like I've left someone out because I don't want to make out that I'm a bad person. I'm not.
Do you want me to give mine?
Go on, him. You don't give a shit.
No, I do care. Listen, I do agree with you. Darren McVicker on his day is scary good. He's phenomenal. But current form, I don't think you can call it. I'll go current form. Mike King, without a shadow of a doubt. I think he's blowing away everyone in the Money League and stuff like that. That's quality. Then I'm going to go for an outsider. I'm going to go for Josh Durant. So I think he's that good at the minute.
Good shout.
I haven't really seen you play for a while, but you've got the ability, so I'm going to have to put you number 3.
Yeah.
Although you've cost me a missus and a baby and that. Definitely could be number 3.
She's still tugging along, mate. She's there.
Then I would go Dave Williams. And only because I've seen him play yesterday, I'll go Greg.
Yeah.
But it would be Greg, Darren, Jamie Jez would all be that sort of level as well. But Josh Durant, you just can't knock him at the minute. He beat Dan Davey today on the tour.
Yeah, he did.
9-8. I mean, that's some achievement. Phenomenal achievement. He beat Clinton Hansen on the last tour, I believe, unless I was wrong. I mean, again, you're beating world-class players there. You're not talking good players. These players are absolute world-class.
They are, definitely. It's crazy how well he's improved.
That's just phenomenal.
And he's just improved in such a
quick
space of time.
Yeah, but he is such a nice lad. He doesn't go around getting gobby. He doesn't go around giving it the big one. He just goes around, does his business.
Plods about, then he does his own stuff.
That's a phenomenal shot. That's a very good shot. Maybe gone a bit too high because of yellow pots now. But
it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, because he's got the black tied up, he's got the yellow tied up.
If he gets the yellow off the rail, moves the red, he's got another pot, and then he's got a couple of doubles potential.
This ain't an easy pot though, cut back off the big... I know it's a big bag, but you've got to control the white to stay on the yellow as well.
Well, it all depends where the red goes. If the red moves at the way of the pocket, the yellow, then he's got a chance on. If he pots it, you want him to cover that bag still.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think Paul Roddy's got it in his armoury. I think he's a little bit nervous. I think Batten's got him rattled.
This does look like it should be.
There's not many people from the Paul Riley's area on the commentary tonight. I'm a bit surprised. Last time I've seen them all out in voice.
Yeah, when they played me.
Yeah, they were all there. In fairness, when they played you, he was miles in front. So
yeah,
it's
so
they're going to
open their mouths, aren't they, when they're miles in front?
Yeah, you're a little bit more.
What colour did you get this frame?
I went red. His frame again, buddy?
You sure?
I am 100% sure, mate, yeah. I will double the bet if you like. We can make this a tenner if you like instead of a fiver.
No, I'm skinned.
Who would you say favourite here then? 2 shots to Paul Riley on yellow.
Greg's still massive favourite.
Would you say massive or a little bit?
Massive. If you was a bookmaker, you'd be pricing him up at about 1 to 4 this frame.
Really?
Yeah.
What would you give on Paul then here?
5s.
Wow. Can I have tenner on it or not?
I'm not giving you 5s.
another note, it looks like England's out of the rugby tonight, 23 down.
They're useless.
That's bad. That's not nice. Dying for a wee, but I know if I get up, Mr. Moan is going to kick me out of the chair. So.
Yeah, you're going to lose the seat, mate. You're going to lose pole position.
I'm trying for years to get in the seat.
You should get Corkett in the chair. That's who you should get.
You're going to stand up? 'Cause I'm not. I love it. Then you fancy the handicap tournament today in Plymouth, Max, or not?
No, I did say to Bolston when he did advertise it, but I started playing football again now, so...
You was on +2, though. I mean...
No, I was on +3.
No, it was definitely +2. he was debating it, but he decided that you were definitely aware of your +2.
They should put my name above the door there, mate. That's my place to live. That's my house.
Except he's going for a bit of a get 2 out in 1 here. This will be a very good shot if it works.
Here we go, and he's played it
He's
dreadful.
missed
But he's got lucky because he played the yellow down here, so he can get the bag.
Well,
But
playing it dreadful was a little bit harsher, Max. I mean, I could see his effort. It was a very unlucky shot.
Huh? Lakin's through. Lakin's through.
Was that Max? You gutted because Lakin's through, did you say to Josh?
No, I just said.
I just heard you say, is Lakin through? Yes, I'm gutted. That's all. I mean, are you and Lakin, are you friends off the table, are you, or is it only banter with on Facebook, or what?
It's just banter, I think.
Yeah.
It's just his fans, innit? They just want to see him win so bad.
Listen, mate, that's all fans, innit? Your fans are the same, I suppose. His fans
He's
are
gone
the
for the
same.
cock tat.
Well, he's...
Dirty shot, that is.
That's an outrageously shot.
He's got a shot here as well.
Oh, okay. England's got a try, we believe, in the rugby, by the looks of it.
They still can't win.
Paul Riley's got very... No, he can here. Paul Riley's got a...
He's got a chance here. He can play this to tops and come through the gap. If he gets on this bottom yellow, he's got a chance.
If he gets on it, it'd be outrageously... I mean, the thing is, if he gets on it, he can get the red out as well, at the same time.
Even if he lands on it straight, the yellow on the bottom rail.
I love commentating because it just brings out everything that I haven't got in my game. I would get nowhere near the pot and nowhere near the position. But when you're talking it up, it looks so easy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I'm here thinking yellow, top left-hand side, spin it off 4 rails. I wouldn't get nowhere near it.
Even if he lands straight on the bottom yellow, he can play the black up, but it depends if he flicks the red out the way. Play it in the top bag with a big bag.
Well, if he gets it, you can only say it's phenomenal. Changed his mind. He's had a different option.
What's he going for though? He hasn't got much,
is he going for it? Is he going for it, trying to get the black out at the same time?
He's not.
I actually think this is the right shot. If he flukes and gets a black out, he's got to finish, isn't he? Oh, he's not gone for that. He's gone.
Oh my God, what a shot!
Did very well there, in fairness to him.
Gets the pot, he can come down and play a double, can he?
Go on, Greg.
Joined back in the commentary box now by Nick Finn.
So how's it been in my absence, Max? Is it?
It's getting a bit edgy now. It's getting quite important stage because you go into the break in a minute. You want to have the lead. If Greg can go out of this 11-9, he'd be happy. Decent. He's got quite a hard finish here, though. Even though he's in control, it's not the easiest of layouts.
How was Mike there? I mean, you had an hour no fisticuffs or anything? I mean, it was all good, was it?
He was all right. He's played that really well.
What a shot that is. What an incredible positional shot.
That's a great shot.
And another frame that it really didn't look like he could win from the position he was in.
Yeah,
It seemed like he might have to play some kind of safety at some point, but he's found a lovely positional shot to give himself an attacking option. That one may be a little bit loose.
It was a couple of visits before though. He played the plant, covered a bag down here. That was a great shot, and then he played the DF and played another great shot. He's just put him in a world of hurt, asking a question of Paul, and he's pulled out of the bag this frame, I think.
It's a great shot, Greg.
He needs to play one in the middle now, one over the top bag, but he needs to make sure he gets the right side of the red, so you just stand onto the rail, back down the rail.
So anyone recently joining us, this is Beer Productions. We're watching Greg Batten versus Paul Riley. They're locked up at 8 each at the moment. It's been pretty much locked up. There's only been a couple of frames between them all match. And we are at Exeter Allstars. My name's Nick Finn, and I'm joined with Max Nosko in the commentary. We're joined by, not joined with.
He's perfect.
Great shot, Greg.
Come on, Gregor.
Get on, Batten.
Bring the money home, mate. Just got to just trust his queuing army and just get through the white. There you go.
Lovely. Cued that beautifully.
Nine 8 to Mr. Batten from 8-7 down.
England came back, coming back strong in the rugby as well. So 20-10 at the moment. One more score on England's side could make it a very interesting the last 20 minutes. So don't forget, again, anyone joined us recently, we've got those games on screen coming up. Clint Hanson versus Craig Waddingham. Jordan Shepherd versus Simon Fitzsimmons. Promised to be a couple of fabulous games, and as I mentioned earlier, there's some advertising space available if you want your company on our stream on the screen throughout those matches. They should be very popular matches. We're trying to bring especially the Jordan Shepherd game to you on Freeview. Bring it to you on Freeview rather than pay-per-view, but we do need some sponsorship to be able to do that.
He's found a ball, but they're awkward layouts, both sets, obviously with the black tide. But yellow's our favourite.
Yeah, and he's nominated yellows. So do you think he's just going to try and clear up the bottom of the table first?
Yeah, and then work his day down and try and just chip the black in down the rail.
Would you expect him to try and get position on the yellow on the right side pocket, or would you try and knock it out? I mean, it seems like the kind of ball you have to get.
I'm not being funny. The first shot here, if he does fancy it, the bottom yellow into the bottom left is natural angle to go pot the yellow, natural angle, normal ball, and just fit the black out.
My only concern with that shot would be
he's playing it.
If you don't finish on this yellow, then you're not really on anything because there's not much else you could.
He's playing it. Oh my gosh.
Come on, Greg!
He's missed that by at least 3-4 inches.
Wow. He's I think he's actually come out how he wanted it as well. I don't know.
But it wouldn't have come out like that because
it
obviously the way he's cut that thin, hasn't he?
He was trying to get into the yellow rather than the black, wasn't he? But,
yeah, it looks like if he did pot that normal angle, he looks like he was going into the yellow.
Yeah, he's certainly taken his eye off the pot there. A little shake of his head the first time. He's having a little mutter to himself. Can't believe he's played the shot quite like that. It's strange actually, because when he was practicing, he just throws in the odd shot, whether he loses focus or he's trying to concentrate on too many things at one time. I don't know.
It's like when he plays like these big shots, these hard shots, it looks like he's over concentrating, and sometimes when you're down on a shot for a long time, I just don't know. That's how he plays.
Yeah.
This is a big frame.
Yeah, Greg obviously happy to come to the table, but he's got his work cut out here. Could open things up fractionally for himself here. Is he going to play this? I don't know if this red. I don't think it goes direct, but he can play it off the yellow perhaps.
He's going to play the middle yellow off the red. Leave an angle.
The middle red off the yellow.
Leave an angle on the red by the black and try and flip punch the red off the rail. Big shot here. He's got to get it right. He's plumb. It's perfect.
And now a lovely little angle just to push that ball into open play. You could see he was kind of miming the shot with his Q-tip there. Just wants to nudge it off the rail, up into the gap, make it potable into that right-hand pocket. Again, the only problem I can see with this is I don't know if that...
Perfect. Yeah. Great shot.
I'm just not sure if this does this red pass into centre. I guess it must. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played the shot. Yeah.
If it doesn't go, I think he's playing down the bottom because he's got natural angle to go over there.
He is looking at.
Just got to drop it in dead weight, make sure the pot.
Yeah, and it's natural shape for the white as well, isn't it?
With his snooker background, I don't think he'll be missing this. Oh no. It's this back by.
Yeah, he seemed to hit it fractionally harder than he needed to as well.
He's such a big shot. I know I was just talking about like taking your time and stuff like that. It did look like he rushed that.
Yeah. It was one of those he really needed to put his focus in. He didn't really need to do anything with the white. The white was going to naturally leave shapes. Yeah.
Still not the best of layouts.
Yeah, it's there's no real natural path here, is there? The ball on the right by the top corner pocket on the cushion, on the right cushion. Nothing really lends itself to getting across there, and even if he got on it now, he could obviously get on it now. It's he needs to be right straight behind it to be able to stun back. Yeah, that's what he's played. I would have thought he would have wanted to be almost on the cushion to be able to play it straight and screw straight back.
Yeah, I would have tried to get that yellow out of the way now.
Yeah.
He just needs to get on this yellow on the right-hand rail, down closest to us in the bottom right. Just on the rail, just play it straight down because it's just easy to just get on the black of the middle. That's the only shot that he needs to worry about. But I think you're right. He did need to get on that yellow.
If he'd have screwed back and just been sat on the rail, you could have played that
just screw back for the yellow, which he's going to go for now.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think he's actually still going to take that ball, but it makes it a little bit more awkward because I think he's got to play this with a bit of left-hand side. To
I think he's going to swing it round off too.
To come off the top cushion.
But I think that he could drop on either yellow here. He can either drop on the yellow into the middle or the yellow into the top right. So he's got options going this way. Time to hit that. Time to hit that. That ain't the best. Because he's letting the white travel with this one here.
Yeah, I think he's still okay though, isn't he? I mean, he can he just run this off one cushion, come out the centre table, or is it just a bit too much angle? I was just thinking he could come out the centre table for...
to be honest, I'd be tempted to try and drop on the yellow just closer to the black spot with that angle to try and come on the yellow on the side rail now.
Okay. Which
I think he has played, and he's played that perfect. Just needs to get on this yellow right, and then it's still not a formality, but...
He's got a tiny angle here. It's fairly straight, but it looks like he's got just enough angle to stun across.
That's plenty. Tell you what...
That's really not the right angle, is it? But I think he's still okay. He could just stun this in and leave a longer yellow.
And just come round the red and black in the middle, yeah.
He won't be doing anything special here.
No. That's perfect. That's a great shot.
That's a great
actually.
shot. Yeah.
Cute that really well.
I thought he had too much angle to be able to play it like that. So he's obviously either nicked a little bit of pocket or stunned the ball, put a bit of side on the ball. So he played it very well. Again, he's just looking at the black. I think this is fairly straightforward. It just seems to...
Not many players who would have just got up off their shot there.
Yeah.
Because it does look relatively straightforward.
Well, it looks like he's going to screw around this... Oh, he's just bringing it up. I thought for a snooker player, you tend to see snooker players...
playing off 2 rails aside around the back of the red then.
Well, but even it seemed like he could just run it off the top cushion with a little bit left-hand side.
Yeah,
he had a few options.
Up, yeah.
That was more of a pool player shot coming to the near rail and screwing out. But either way, he played it very well.
Yeah.
And good evening to Colin Fenn. Yeah, it's been a great standard so far. Really, really good pool, top pool from both players. In the first 4 or 5 frames, it was break and clear, break, dry and clear, and nothing much has changed. There's the odd mistake has crept in, but very, very few. And another dry break there from Greg. There's been a few throughout the match. We mentioned earlier, I mean, it was long enough ago, we probably got some new viewers on board, that obviously it's noticeable that Greg's using his Jason Owen breaking cue. Have you heard much about that cue?
Yeah, I have heard about it. A lot of players have got it off the IPA tour. I was watching the stream and I've seen quite a few of them with that cue.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a hybrid cue which Jason has developed specifically for 8-ball. It's got a carbon fibre tip, a carbon fibre ferrule. I think it's about 9.5 mil, maple shaft. Obviously, he's been breaking dry with it, but as Mike alluded to earlier on, it really has been doing him a lot of favours in the breaking department over the last couple of months since he bought it.
It looks like he's done a really good job on it, though.
Yeah, yeah. But the brakes just deserted him for a few frames through this match.
When that starts happening, though, you should be changing it. You should be just still braking from the same place. It's all about getting onto that red that's in a cluster, like not like a cluster, but it's like in between them 3 yellows.
So this is Paul Riley, who was born in Nottingham, and he's moved to Blythe, up in the northeast. 47 years old. Comes from a snooker background, ex-professional snooker player. Played professionally when he was 21 years old. And then had a long period away from the game. Only really took up snooker in his mid-30s. Took him a long time to get into the game. In fact, I think he maybe even been a little older than that. Went through the county scene, played the England trials, got in the England team, and won the Euros with the England team over in Dublin in 2012. Of course, He's got a money match history with Max. Played down here before.
I said that quietly.
Yeah.
Just didn't turn up on a night, but he played a solid game.
Yeah, like we alluded to earlier, it's very much about on the night.
Definitely.
His snooker influences were Jimmy White, and earlier than that, he said probably Alex Higgins, and then really looked up to Stephen Hendry. I think he's the kind of player. He's that kind of ilk, very professional player, you know, very dedicated to the game.
Needs to make sure he leaves himself the right angle here to get on that red in that cluster, because he's obviously just going into it. Sorry.
And he's playing Greg Batten, 31 years old, local boy, bit of a phenom. Been playing the game for, well, again, comes from a snooker background.
A really good snooker background. Really good snooker player.
Yeah.
Class.
And like we mentioned earlier, took the Southwest Pool Tour by storm last year. Won 3 of the 5 events, which is, well, that's just incredible by anyone's standards.
Tell you what, that
It's just another,
that's what I said to you. He had to make sure he left that angle.
another odd miss, and I'm not even sure he left the red, did he? Very, very close.
He can get that a little bit aside, but it's like a shot to nothing with that, because obviously the black's covering the path to the red over the top bag, and the yellow, he's good there. He's good. Come on, son.
And Greg with no obvious easy opener. He's got a very thin cut to top left. He's got a bit of an awkward shot to bottom right, which is the one he's eyeing up now. The black looks to be almost in the way of this shot.
Yeah, just a fraction.
But if he gets it,
Here he goes.
yeah, he's going to be.
Get off. Come on in, Greg.
It's going to be an awkward. I mean, this is a tricky little shot.
I think that he obviously has to concentrate on the pot here. Gets the pot, and then try, like the yellow that the white's on top of now, play it into the bottom bag, and then just drop onto the round, play the yellow over to the top bag, and leave the white where the yellow is. Has to try and get to there. Come on, Greg.
Yeah, he's got to play this with a bit of pace, hasn't he?
Shot. Tell you what, he's got an angle here, hasn't he? Nah, it's a bit too much. Mate, if he looks at it now, he can just drop onto the yellow, bounce it off the rail, and get the snooker. Is that the right shot?
Yeah. Well.
He's looking at
actually,
like what I said.
Yeah. That probably is the shot. Is he going to play this and come twice across?
Yeah, that's what he's going to try and do. Try and drop him behind it.
But not at that pace.
What you got to do is just play the snooker. That's exactly
Yeah.
the same shot as what I just said.
Yeah. I think what he was well, the shot he seemed to be eyeing is if he could get the white across onto the cushion, he could play the yellow into the top corner, knowing that he's going to leave the snooker if.
That's right. And then he leaves it over the bag. He's putting in more to hurt, really, doesn't he?
Yeah. But they've just been nudging this one off the rail.
Be nice. Shot.
Yeah, and the one cushion escape is tricky. The black's firmly in the path of that shot.
Yeah.
He could.
I think he's just going to roll up behind the yellow, isn't he? He isn't, though. No, he can't do that.
No, that's. I think that's suicidal if he does that. I mean, he could miss the black on the right-hand side, and
try and nestle on it.
Yeah.
Or flick it in.
Yeah, or flick it in. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it's. I think, given the situation of the table, I think it's the only shot to play. I don't see much else there. I mean, if he just misses the black to the right-hand side, he's going to catch the rail in the right place, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. If he misses the black, he's either nestling on it and leaving Greg in a horrible position, or he's going to pot it. I think he's going to play a DF here.
Yeah, well.
No, he's not. He's going to try and hit the red in between the yellows.
It's something. I mean, people talk about world rules and DFs, and I can't remember watching one in this game. Yes, there was one.
Oh dear.
Oh wow, he's missed that by a margin.
He's left that.
We did see maybe 1 or 2 DFs earlier, but very, very few and far between.
Two shots, he's just got to mind his work. Come on, Batten. He's making sure. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, taking his time, composing himself.
Got
Does
to
that
when
well
you
when
got
he
cash
needs
on the
to.
line.
Yeah.
Enough cash.
Well, we said it was quite surprising how relaxed he was, because he came over to the commentary box in about the 4th frame and said, "Is this the 21?" Because he didn't know what the race was to. That's pretty relaxed.
Looks like he's got like a bottle of Bud there. Some people play. Oh,
Ooh,
no
wow.
way.
I mean, he didn't have to play it anywhere near that gently, did he?
He didn't. He just needed to make sure he get past the red.
He surely can't still see this, can he?
If he's not on this, he needs to just kick himself in the nuts. I think he is on it, isn't he? From that angle, what I can...
No, he can see it. He can just see the edge of it, but he can't pot it.
He can't pot it,
No.
but he's just got to make sure that he puts it over the bag.
I don't think he can.
I don't
Don't think he can
messed
get it
this
to the
up.
bag. He's just called total.
Really?
Yeah. It's very close. He might just be able to feather the edge. But he had such a margin of error.
He did. He could even have just gone into the red, and he's got 2 on the yellow.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
He could have overhit it by a foot, couldn't he?
Yeah,
still had a shot.
2 shots in the hand.
He played that so gently.
Yeah. Still got 2 visits remaining. If he can see this and he can hit that side of the yellow, he can still do this. But ooh, it's not a total either, so he's got to hit a rail. He could pot the red here. Bounce, yellow, bounce. He's on that.
He's on it. Yeah, it's not a bad result actually.
I think that was the suicidal way to go about it, though, to be honest with you. If he just catches the yellow fin, comes off the side rail and just drops in like just above like the blue spot or by this blue spot. Oh, he did. It's a thin cut though, really.
It is thin.
He's got to make sure the pot really. I don't think he can not be on the black. Get in, get in. Shot, Greg. Get over, get over. Come on.
Go on, Greg, take your time, mate.
This is such a big shot.
Yeah, that's huge.
Whose break is it on evens?
It is Paul's.
I was going to say if he comes out next. Oh no, he did come try it. Come on in, Greg. Big shot, son.
Expect him to get this one.
Get in!
No.
Wow. That
Come on,
is a very strange miss. I mean, it wasn't an easy shot, certainly not a gimme, but one that you expect Craig to get.
Yeah, he should be getting that, shouldn't he?
A lot of pressure on it, though.
He's right behind it though. It's not like it was I know it was a long length to the pocket, but it's right behind it. It's quite hard to miss, to be honest with you.
That's That's a big frame for Paul. And I think Greg just stepping away from the table for a quick bathroom break.
This is like I said, the break. Like you always need to be in front at the break or level at the break. It's a very big frame for Greg.
And from England being trying a conversion away from leveling the game up, they've gone 13 points behind again. So with just a few minutes left, it's pretty much game over, and the Australian players know it. And that'll be England bowing out. It's a shame, really, because we're hoping for England to stay in the game. It keeps excitement up around the country. I'm not a massive rugby fan, but it's always nice to, you know, it's a home nation. Created a bit of a buzz.
I do think the bookies had it the wrong way round, weren't you?
Yeah, I think Australia was 6-4, weren't they? And
Yeah.
England were 4-5.
Yeah, they had it the wrong way around, I think. Nick Chalk, you love me. The only reason he's putting them faces, I've had a side bet tonight on this game.
Our referee tonight, who I haven't given a mention to, is Lisa Twinkle. Yeah, doing a great job as always. Bit of a regular around these parts as a referee. Always does a good job.
Massive frame. Gets a good break here. He's had a monster there, mind. Got a little bit of work to do, but not that much.
So the first 10 frames tonight took pretty much dead on an hour. And
That's quite quick, really.
Yeah, and the next 9 have taken an hour and 40 minutes. So it shows how much the game slowed down and what a great standard it was early doors.
I was on the way up in the car and I was speaking to Nick Chalk and he said it was dish. I've come here and I don't think I've seen a dish yet.
No, it's just turned that little bit more tactical, and neither player wants the other one to get away now, do they? What's he opening here with? Is he trying to plant? Yep, nominated reds. I was going to say, I thought for a second he was going yellows.
Is this red off the yellow, or is he? Yeah. Or is it too far away from the pocket? Looks like a little. Is it too far away from the pocket?
Yeah, I think.
And he wants to be shirt on this so he can play the red down into the bottom right corner.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to play it off the yellow. I don't think it goes anyway. It might just if he plays it right, but I don't think he needs to. I think he can just hold in it.
It goes down in the bottom.
It goes in the bottom. It looks like he's got the right angle just to leave it dead straight. Just stepped away from the shot a couple of times, just thinking about. You know, it's got to be bang on positional shot. This one, isn't it? Needs to be right behind it. Maybe just a fraction more angle than I initially thought.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to be dead straight on it. He's got a bit more angle than what he wanted. That's why he's not playing it now. He needs to get straight on it now. No. I tell you what, he's made this hard now.
He certainly has, yeah.
England are out. If only Poland had a team in there. I reckon Poland would have won the World Cup rugby.
I think.
They lost it to Stefan Armitage. Use this bastard who's not focused.
Personally, I think that I think England made a bit of a mistake in the last match against Wales. I think if they'd have taken the penalty and taken the tie in the game,
Yeah, definitely.
with the bonus point they got in the first match, I think that would have probably been enough.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
They could have afforded to lose this game and still be in the hat. But,
The question we was asking earlier in the frame, does the red go off the yellow? I think he's going to force himself into thinking that it does go, which I know it sounds ridiculous.
well, the yellow is, I mean, the yellow's past the pocket. I mean, I don't know.
I think the only way this is going in right is you got to bang it straight with stun.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
You can't just play
You've got to hit this hard and
like straighten the red up off the yellow.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit too far away. I can't believe how much this streaming team have actually kicked on. It's unbelievable. The standard of streaming they've got here, it's ridiculous. Just looking round in front of me. If this isn't the best stream in the country, I don't know what is.
Yeah, we're quite pleased, aren't you, Paul? It's good. We're happy.
No, I think I was playing quite early when it was quite early stages of their streams, and I just can't believe it. I'm looking at all the equipment and that. It's unbelievable. The setup that they've done.
Let me just take a look at that overhead again. That's quite an interesting overhead shot. It's
he's playing a shot like I said. Look.
As you can see, the yellows.
He's in a.
Yeah, it was never there.
That's what I said to Mr. Finn. We both said though, didn't we?
Yeah, it was.
The only way he was
gonna
making
catch
that is he had to take a chance of where the red was going, the other red, and just hold for the other red, stun it.
I don't think he could even play it dead weight and then drop it in off the knuckle because it wouldn't have gone that close.
That's quite a sign from Paul that he wouldn't. Well, I didn't see. He's forced himself playing into a shot that he doesn't really think does go.
No, he took so long about it as well.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
He didn't fancy it at all, did he?
No, I don't know what other options he had, to be honest.
This is a big shot.
Yeah, and he's awkward queuing as well. He would have. I mean, he can get to the back of the ball.
Just got to trust your arm. Get in the hole. Yeah. Shot, Greg.
Yeah, that's perfect as well.
Just a little bit left-hand side now. Bounce it off the rail, yellow into the middle. Get up. Perfect.
Yeah, a couple of drop-ins. There we go, and Greg's going to go into this break at 10 frames all. And we're away for a break, chaps. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you again very, very soon.
See you soon, boys and girls.
Evening, ladies. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're on commentary with Mike King and Michael O'Brien from Plymouth. What's the score in the match?
It's 10 each
10
at the
each
interval.
at the
Mr.
interval.
Batten's coming back. I believe he's breaking first. It's not often we get us two together, mate. Obviously, as you know, Paul Moden has been asking me to commentate for quite a while, but as everybody knows from the Plymouth and Devon area, I'm quite a shy lad, so I don't quite often like it.
That's a fair shout.
We only have 6 to 8 frames that we're allowed to commentate on today because Paul Moden has other guests asked tonight who's commentating as well.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, fair play. Oh, he's gone for the
cut break.
Yeah, he's gone for the cut break and it's gone
quite
well.
one of each.
Not broke, not split greatly, but it's,
I don't mind weather.
although it's not the best break, at least he's in control.
At least, yeah. It's the first time for a while I can remember him potting a ball. Can dominate the frame.
It takes a lot of balls, I suppose, to change a break during a match. He's had 10 frames, 7 drive breaks, I believe.
Well, he's a clever lad, Greg. He would have realised, his break just hasn't been going tonight.
I believe you give him a bit of advice as well, in fairness, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd like to put it down to that. Hopefully he's listening to me and taking it on board.
So you agree he should have changed it, do you?
I did have a chat with him and just say, look, your break's not working tonight. Go back to what you were doing before. It can't go any worse. So fingers crossed.
To go from smashing them to going a slightly defensive rule, I suppose, is very, very tactical, very ballsy, I suppose.
But he's not a defensive player, is he?
Never,
so
no, that's what I mean.
It's more about just trying to make a ball, really.
Oh yeah, I agree with it. If you're in control, even if you don't win
he's
the
not.
frame from there,
I can tell you right now, Greg Batten is not playing a safety shot from here.
Well, no, definitely not.
There is no chance he's playing a safety shot.
I mean, this is a very, very risky shot. Got a long yellow in the corner now, I suppose.
Obviously a tricky shot, but one that I fancy him getting.
Well, he's probably getting it 99 times out of 100. Unless you're Darren McVicker, then it's 100 out of 100. He's that good at a point.
Oh, joke of a bloke, isn't he?
Joke of a bloke. I love it. It's an unbelievable potter, in fairness, isn't he?
Have you seen anyone with more ability on a pool and snooker table than him?
Oh,
You've been about, but
listen,
you've backing people left, right, and centre.
No,
you
not at
can't
all.
have seen anyone better than him.
Listen, it's not a case of being better. He's a, like you just said, he's a joke of a player. When he's on it, he's phenomenal. His only downside, unfortunately, is his B game is not as good as the other people's B games, and that's his downside.
Yeah, true. First statement.
His A game, in my opinion,
is the best ever. It's the best ever.
It's phenomenal.
It's the best ever.
I remember playing him a while back once, first to 7. I think he beat me 7-1, 7-0 in about 5 minutes. He's that good. So when do you think he's going to take the yellow next to the black? Is it the next shot?
I think it's next shot.
It's gotta be the next
possibly.
shot,
It doesn't need to move anything. Black goes in the middle, doesn't it? So pot the yellow, stun over for the one in the middle, one down the rail, black in the middle. Job's a good one.
Well, the way you talk about it, he's 11-10 up. So fair play.
It's 11. As long as he holds his knickers together, 11-10 up, not a problem.
As long as he holds his knickers. They're playing for £14,000.
Yeah, but he doesn't need the money. Have you been to his house?
I haven't actually. No, we've had a few conversations about this house.
Well, I walked into his house. The butler introduced me, told me to take my shoes off, made me a cup of tea.
Well, I actually.
He then went and moved my car.
Yeah. Well,
moved it to a whole different piece of land. It's not even in Tiverton.
Yeah.
He moved it to a bit in Willand. So basically, he's not a problem for Greg. Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem.
Well, the problem about it, I mean, I went to visit him one day, and when I went there, Prince Charles took the keys from the car, and then before I know it, Will Smith parked it up, and I was like, well, what's going on here? And then that's the day I actually realised that Greg Batten has actually made it in life, and I thought fair play to him. I mean, when you get Will I Am introducing you to the toilet, you know somebody in life has made it. I mean, it's an incredible.
Oh, it's
experience.
good stuff.
That's a great shot.
It's a great shot.
No, that's unlucky actually. He's got to reach from angry. He's got nowhere to go.
Slow float it in and cannon into the red.
Well, that's the only shot he's got, really. Isn't
It does generally have the cue ball on a bit of string though, so if that's the shot he elects to play, I do fancy him to pull it off.
it is a very, very tough shot though.
Yeah, granted, it is a tough shot, but his cue ball control is second to none.
Me personally, I'll be probably missing the yellow. And going into something else, but
I wouldn't expect this to go wrong.
oh dear Lord, we got more faith in. You were saying, Mr. King?
I said I didn't expect it to go wrong.
Unfortunately, it's happening too many times. I think lately he's having a very, very good chance and seems to be not going too well with it, unfortunately.
Thing is, I watched Shane Dragale's match earlier on, and this would have not been a problem because you could give it a wild swing and this would go in.
Well, unfortunately, with Shane Dragale, no disrespect to the man, he's not the level of calibre that Mr. Riley and Mr. Batten is, so it's one of them. I mean, it shouldn't have happened. The yellow before was the shot that was a problem.
Get in! Oh, was that too loud?
Does you, Greg?
Again, it's happened too many times, and it is. You can't keep playing shots like this all the time. You give him a player of Paul Riley's class, he's got 6 rags on the table. Very easy snookers, very easy safety shots.
No, I do agree. And I'm not even sure Greg's going to be able to get out of this snooker. That's the problem.
Of course he isn't. Well, I don't know actually. You can't really see too much from here.
I don't see an obvious route even out of the snooker, do you?
But again, it goes back to the bad shot in the first place, doesn't it? Wayne's asking here if Josh plays money matches. Wayne, are you on about Josh Corkett or Josh Durant? I'm assuming you mean Josh Durant. Greg does have a very tough shot here. He's obviously just going to hit this rather than do anything with it. Oh, no, he's not. Yeah.
Do you agree with that shot?
No, I do think that's a terrible shot, personally. unfortunately for the man. He's got a very...
Free double?
He got a free double for one, and if it goes well, he got very, very easy safety again. And if it goes well, it's frame over. I expect it to be frame over now. Yeah, I do think that's a terrible shot, unfortunately. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I can't really defend that, unfortunately. As big a Greg Batten fan as I am, I'd rather he try to get out of that and hit that. That needs to miss. Wow, it's all over now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He can just get that red out by the black if he needs to. And does look a very solid player, doesn't he, Paul Riley?
He needs to keep his head now, Greg, because if he doesn't, I think it could blow away from him, unfortunately. He's looking very disheartened in there.
Come on, Greg.
The problem with that is he's still left an easy plan.
Yeah, he's got very,
Yeah,
even with that, he's got very easy finish.
Very easily finish. So, Mike, what's your opinions on the Mike King Max Nosko game, January the 30th?
So by the Mike King Max Nosko, do you mean yourself, Max Nosko?
Oh yeah, but I was talking in the third person.
I think it's going to be a very good game, mate. Moscow's obviously a quality player. It's like all good players, mate. It's on the night, innit? The plus side for you is when Max is bad, he can be bad. But when he's good, oh, fuck me, is he good. He is that good. He's, on his day, he's very, very good. In my honest opinion, I do think you're the favourite, especially this venue. It's your venue. But you're playing Max, who is undoubtedly absolute quality.
Be a good night, wouldn't it?
It'd be a very eventful night. That's a dead cert. when you're talking to boys from Spennies, you know you're in for a...
Oh, wow. How lucky is that?
He's been very lucky.
How lucky is that?
Yeah,
what a joke that is.
And again, unfortunately, Greg has got absolute no hope from here.
Can't even possibly play a shot, can he?
The key thing is now for Greg is he's got to realise, look, he's making a lot of mistakes, this Paul Riley, so you've got to just think now, right, you've lost this frame probably.
Yeah.
Just try and keep your head the fact that he's making mistakes. And it's hard because he's got away with it. Greg's going to play this shot. Unfortunately, he's going to leave Paul a very easy clearance, no matter what happens. And it is going to hurt. But you've got to keep your head the fact that he's making these mistakes. He's had to do that, but again, Paul's got a very...
Look how easy that finishes now, though.
Yeah, but listen, what else did he have, Mike? He had nothing else on.
No.
That's all he had. Paul's been very lucky. Very, very lucky. Hopefully Greg can stay strong. Paul does seem nervous, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if something goes wrong here. What are we on about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is you're expecting to go wrong.
He does seem quite nervous, so he just seems to be like...
No, he's a very twitchy bloke, I think.
When you put him under pressure, he does seem to miss balls, and if Greg gets his break working and stuff like that and clears the easier clearances, I think he's got a good chance. I think the next couple of frames are key to this, how this match folds out.
He is a very calm character, though, Paul.
I think he's a very, very good player. He's very solid. But even that, I mean,
that's basically as hard as you would have wanted to leave that, but he's not going to miss it.
Yeah, I don't think he'll miss it, but I don't see why you'd go in the corner. Why would you not go in the middle?
No.
It's absolute certainty to the middle wherever he leaves it. We've got Wayne online here again saying my money's on Kinger all day long. I'm assuming he means Kinger and the Nosko game there.
Very safe bet, Wayne. Very safe bet.
Is Wayne backing you with that night, is he? Or
he can do if he likes.
do you know Wayne? Who is Wayne?
No, I don't even know who Wayne is, but very safe bet. I'd imagine 23, sort of 12 would be the scoreline the bookies would be looking at.
Well, I would have thought 23-12 would probably flatter Max Nosko a little bit, in fairness. I'd have thought Max would be looking to probably win about 8 on the night, and he'd be happy with that. But obviously, it's different, isn't it?
It's on the night, though, isn't it?
Of course,
that's
on
the
the
thing.
night,
He could definitely get to double figures if he has a good night.
If you have a terrible, terrible night, if your break score against you and Max breaks every time and pots every time and has a lot of love, Max probably could get 10 or 11 frames. I mean, he could. He is a good player, Mike. You can't. I don't like the way everyone's just dismissing him as if he can't get to 10 or 11. The man is very capable of getting to 10 or 11. He is a very, very, very good player.
Again, that game will be streamed live on Beard Productions, January the 30th.
Well, fairness, there is only one Productions now. I mean,
that's it.
We had other Productions and that.
We've seen some other shocking companies trying to produce some pool recently.
I wouldn't go shocking. I think that's a little bit naughty.
Well, I'm not really sure. I've been watching some companies where I've been watching it, and then 5 minutes later, I've been watching a frame from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but what you've got to say
it's not really the same thing.
I mean, I hear a lot of people moan about paying for it and stuff, but if you look at the camera angles, everything you got here, you've got a great team. You've got a commentary of Mr. O'Brien and Mr. King, which is undoubtedly one of the best around.
Yeah.
You got Mr. Moden, who does a fantastic job. And you got Mr. Batten, who's probably going to bring on the bacon tonight.
Exactly.
And then after that, you've probably got Mike King, who I would say would, if he doesn't win by more than 8 or 9 against Max, is probably a bad night at the office. Or I mean, what are you expecting the score to be on that night, Mike?
Max is obviously a great player, so.
Well, that's
not a great shot. It's not a great shot at all. I'm not sure why you play that first shot. Why you wouldn't secure reds and then.
Well, I think it's a disgrace, personally. It's not even funny, is it? When, do you know what I mean? It's just a terrible shot.
No, all jokes aside, obviously me and Max is a 50-50 game. Home and away, be 2 great nights for the 2 clubs involved.
Of course. I believe you got a home and away game as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's always worth the bet. What do you think here then? Do you think it's 12-10 to Riley, or do you think he can miss from Reds now or not?
He can't possibly miss, can he? The problem with the shot that Greg's played is he's left drop-ins, isn't he?
The only help he's got is a bottom red and the black. He's got to hope something goes wrong there.
No, I think he's getting on that now.
He's on it now. Yeah. Well, he's played that.
Well, that's good news if you're in the batting camp. That's good news.
Yeah, slight. I'll give you that, slight.
Very slight, but. Chat seems to be quiet tonight. Don't seem to be getting many comments in.
Just had a text from my good old friend Shane Thompson.
What does it say?
He just said, "Stop it, please. You're cracking me up." I didn't quite know what he means. But
in relation to what, Shaney T?
Yeah, Shane Thompson. Can you jump on the chat and give us a bit of advice what you're going to let? And I also like to know your opinion on who's going to win tonight, Shane.
And then who's going to win out of me and Max? That's all.
And the biggest game, Ollie and
Shane.
Obviously, Beard Productions is going to be going for Ollie and Shane as well.
Massive game of pool, that.
Well, we got 2 massive games. We got Mike and Max Nosko, and then also Shane Thompson and Ollie Bale.
It's all good for Southwest Pool, that, though.
Very good. Oh,
can't beat it.
Paul Riley's going for an incredibly tough shot here. If he gets it, fair play to him. He's missed it. Nope.
Getting off.
Mike, you've got to be impartial on the game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a great shot.
In fairness, he has got very, very, very lucky there, I suppose. But it's a very tough shot he took on, and fair play to him.
Obviously, for those on the chat, if obviously you want me and Mike O'Brien to continue with the commentary,
you've just got to say,
you've just got to say on the chat room, really, because I think our shindig's up in 5-10 minutes.
Nick Chalk saying Paul was finished. I've got to be honest with you, Nick, I do thoroughly disagree with that. I think Paul was playing very well, and unfortunately, Greg is letting him off the hook. I do agree, but I can't see him being finished. I just can't.
Sound is quite great stream.
It is quite quiet, actually. It's not a lot of atmosphere tonight. In fact, no, normally you do have a lot of cheering, a lot of shouting. It's not like that. It is quite respectful tonight. And he's I mean, again, it's such a bad miss. It really is. The thing is about it, it isn't just a pot. If he potted that, I suppose where was he going with it after?
Well, I guess he thought he was all in.
I mean, I'll be honest
finishing.
with you, Mike. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would consider the deliberate foul here. I really would.
Yeah, I'd be playing yellow onto red, give him 2. Can't tell he's finishing.
I mean,
But I've never ever played a bad shot from watching the game, so...
no, well, I do agree with that. I mean, when I'm watching it, I do think on the commentating, you would think I'm awesome. It's not quite like that all the time. Carry on, I reckon, from Dave Roberts. He obviously clearly wants the O'Brien King team in the commentary.
Obviously, it's down to the bosses, Dave Roberts, but we appreciate your support where we can get it.
Nick Chalk is yes, please. Jeremy Cavill is we won't repeat that comment. Wayne has given the old love Greg to bits, but his game has gone downhill since the Nosco game. Confidence. I would disagree with that. I do think a lot of it is down to the fact that he had his baby, and it was very hard to have a. And Greg has been practicing very well, unfortunately. Actually, Wayne. But it's not quite happening tonight, unfortunately, for him. I do agree with that.
I still make him big favourite in this match, to be honest. Takes his bag here. He's favourite for 11 all, and all of a sudden we've got a different game.
Unfortunately, he's not got the bag, though, has he? He's just...
But he's got that good enough. That red's going nowhere, is it? The one next to the yellow.
Yeah, I slightly agree with that, but he's not got the bag. I mean, unfortunately for him, the bag can get out here, can it? Shane Thompson just texted with Greg 21-18. He's also said Mike King's going to beat Max 21-4. I think he's a little bit deluded there, personally.
Me too.
Wow, this is a very risky shot. Oh.
Hi, Greg!
Well, that's one of the worst
strange-
shots I've seen tonight.
Not tonight. I'd probably go for ever.
That's an absolute atrocious shot.
That's not a great shot. I mean,
I would say it was a sign of inexperience, but Paul Riley is like 67 years old, so you'd have thought that he would have known a bit better than that.
sorry about Mike King's comment there, ladies and gentlemen. He's been a bit silly. Well, I think he's trying to lay this up and hopefully get the yellow in the middle, I suppose. Go for the clearance here. He's all in.
And if he pots this, he wins.
If he's on it. I mean, obviously this is a very, very tough shot. It's a bit harder than Mr. King is making out on the commentary here, ladies and gentlemen. Very tough shot. That's a fantastic shot from Greg Batten there.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, really.
To bring the white out as well is
It's a great shot. It's a great shot.
He's got a... I mean, again, he's up for another very, very, very tough shot here.
One good positional shot here, and it's 11 all.
Well, I think it's more of an incredible positional shot if he gets it. I mean, it's very tough.
Get up!
Get up. Yeah. You could hear Miska Nosk in the background there saying, get up.
Massive Greg Batten fan, as most are.
Well, I think it's everyone in the Southwest looks to cheer on their own people, I think it's very nice to hear.
Very likeable lad, though, Greg, isn't he?
Sorry, Nick Chalk, I don't quite understand what that comment means. Why have this bloke, I don't get that. Oh, I don't like his shot, though, in fairness. That does concern me a lot. I don't agree with that in the slightest. I think
Wow.
that was a wrong shot, I believe. But I'd still fancy him here, in fairness.
It's a huge shot, this.
Yeah, it is, but I'll still
In the
fancy him.
context of the match.
You've just got to really just land on the black, and I mean, all you got to do is start for cushion, I suppose.
Yeah.
The
And
yellow,
you've got a great cue action, Greg.
well, the
You
yellow
look
goes. I
fancy
mean,
this.
if he
You
misses
fancy
it, it's
this.
pure pressure. That's the only thing you can say. Well, no, see, again, you can only say that's pressure.
It's a bad shot, but there's no danger with the cue ball here, is there? You cut this in, and I think you're fine.
Well, I think if he does miss this, I would be a bit concerned for him.
Oh, if he misses this, I think he's in a massive world of trouble.
You've just got to hope he does get it for his own sake.
That's in. That's in. Fist bump to the crowd.
You don't often see Greg Batten give a fist pump either.
No. Usually the most calm, cool, collected guy in the room.
You don't often see that, in fairness, from Greg.
He's usually calm, cool, and collected, but he's give a fist bump.
Did he give the fist pump to their fans, or was it just...
No, I just think it was just a celebration of a great finish. It was a great finish.
It was a very good pot, in fairness. You can't knock him for that. It was a very, very good pot.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, me and
Mr.
Michael
Molden has just asked us to carry on as long as we can for the commentary. He obviously likes what he's seeing. So I think he wants to stay on. I mean, I don't mind doing another few frames, but...
I think, truth be told, this is our last frame, Michael Brian.
Yeah, I think we've been kicked off. I was trying to get it. Oh, it's a dry break, is it? Oh, it's a shame.
It's just not worked for Greg tonight. If he broke well, he'd probably be 10 frames clear.
Yeah, that's not good at all, unfortunately, that break. It's a shame. Reds are an absolute dream here. Yellows are dreaming. Well, they're both nice. Yeah. He's going for the cannon. I suppose it could go wrong. Can't see it, but it could. Yeah, he's got it. Unfortunately, with Greg, he's picked off his mistakes all night. Off his break. I mean, I think that's the 8th dry break in 12.
Most important shot in a money game as well.
Well, I think the most important shot for a top-class player, is, in fairness, is unfortunately the break is massive, absolute massive.
I don't know. I still think he's got a bit of clincher's disease in him. I still think that he can muck this up, from what I've seen so far.
I like your optimism for a Greg Batten fan, but I don't quite see it like you see it, my friend. I think it's pretty much unmissable, in fairness now. Jeremy Cavill is saying, done a great job, to be fair, boys. I think Jeremy wants me and Kinga to stay on.
Well, he was telling us to get the F out earlier on.
Yeah, I think he was only joking, though. I think everybody on the commentary wants us to carry on, Mike, personally, but...
Well, I'm happy to... I'm happy to put my unpaid time into staying on if the crowd, if that's what they want, obviously.
Me too, man. I mean, I don't want a fee. I'm not a greedy man. I don't want paying for it. Fair play to Mr. Riley. He's done another finish here. You expected to take it, but he still took it out. Another Greg dry break, unfortunately, again. That leads to it.
Nah, very good player, Mike. Very good player, isn't he? And he's getting the chances, that's the thing.
Well, with Greg's dry break 8 times out of 12, you're going to get chances, in fairness, aren't you? 12-11 to Paul Riley. Obviously his break. I don't think he's missed on many breaks. I think it's only 1 dry break Paul's had compared to Greg's 8. And he's had another good break, is he? Yeah, he's got another. Robert Fairborn thinks Paul's going to win 21-18. It's a fair shout. Robert, are you a Greg fan, or are you a Paul fan, or are you a little bit neutral? Obviously, it's a little bit tight, in fairness. His frame is in control from the start. I think Paul's going for reds, I believe here. No, he's gone yellows. I didn't know what he's called, sorry. Oh, he's gone yellows. Oh, he's missed it. Wow. It's a very, very bad miss, in fairness. Very good shout from Greg here. It's not a miss you would expect from Paul, in fairness. He's took him out most of the game. Nick's back now in the commentary as well after Mike King has left.
Yeah, how did that go? Mike's the pro, is he?
He's a very good player, yes.
Commentator.
Oh, I thought it was open taper there, but it's not. Greg is actually red, isn't he?
Yeah, great opener, but he's got some work to do here, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Doesn't really want to be losing this frame.
No, he needs to stay in touch.
I don't think he's behind twice. He's never been 2 frames behind in this match, no. I don't think, in fairness.
Come on, Greg.
Wayne's come on with his top 5 of Josh, Dave, Mike, Darren, Greg. It's a very good top 5, in fairness, Wayne. It's a very tough shot that Greg's doing here. I'm not sure what he's... I don't...
Oh, he's played the double, covered the pocket.
Probably a little bit too short, is he? Has he got the pocket in it? You got a better view than me? That's
Yeah.
If he's got it.
Yeah, the yellow's not going past.
I don't think it may go past, but I think he may be able to get the bag from it, isn't he? Or... Very good effort, in fairness to him. He's brought himself back in the frame. Paul will have to play a good shot here.
Yeah, I think he can get the red out, but that's all he can do. I don't think he can even take the pocket by doing that.
He's going for it by the looks of it. Cool.
Caused Greg a few more problems.
He got a bit lucky there, I believe.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's looking at that red over the middle. He needs to leave that there, I would think, and use that to move his reds out. He's in perfect position to do so. We expect him to go up table.
He's got a nice opener, Nick, in fairness, and it's not bad at all. The good thing about it, he doesn't have to do a lot either. He's got the other 2 reds in the other corner pocket as well.
Again, this...
I don't quite see the shot.
No, I don't...
Wow.
Yeah, he's not played that well at all. The double kiss, but again, I mean, I can see what he's trying to do. Just trying to run up behind that red and maybe just release the yellow slightly to open the pocket, but...
the problem there is I think Paul's got a finish that you wouldn't expect them to miss.
Yeah, I just don't really see the logic. I mean, with the red adjacent to the pocket, it offers a great opportunity to open the other 2 reds up. So I thought his opener was top right.
The 2 yellows in the middle, both in the middle of the table, both go in the middle as well, unfortunately for Greg, so he's not really got much of a saviour here either, so...
We're just looking to see. I don't think he can get past the red to find the potting angle.
He's got the yellow in the middle. That's an easy starter. I think the one in the corner, maybe a second shot, is it not? Or
Yeah, he might have just been looking to see whether he can get belt and braces and actually cover that pocket. We've not seen him go tactical yet, but
I don't think he'll be going tactical here in fairness, Nick. I think he's all in. Yeah, certainly is.
You're right.
He's cool. He's got a kiss, but either way, he's got so many different options here, and so he's not to worry.
So if you've been out this evening, hope you've had a good evening. You're joining us from Exeter Allstars. This is Beer Productions, and we're watching Greg Batten play Paul Riley. It's a £14,000 money match playing World Rules. If it's your first time with us, welcome. Please do visit our Facebook page and give us a like. It helps us out immensely.
Jay Bullen here thinks he's going to be a decider in the chat.
I could see that happening. I've got to be honest, I could see it.
Oh, I think he may have been a little bit unlucky there over the yellow passes the black now. He'll have to develop it to get something on it now, I suppose. Again, Nick, you got a better angle. Does the yellow go past the two reds in the other corner or not?
It doesn't. I mean, it will obviously go off the top red.
That's fair.
You can play it off the red.
To do that and develop the other yellow, I suppose.
Yeah, that's almost impossible. But,
David Taggart said the break hasn't helped any of them. Slightly disagree, David. I think Paul's only had one dry break, maybe two. I think Greg's had 8. So I suppose it has gone against Greg more.
I don't know if he can play a double and screw back into the yellow. He's just looking at the angle now about.
I think it's a very risky shot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's.
If he gets it, it's probably it's frame, isn't it?
The thing is, he's got the safety net of the two yellows tied up.
Roger, that yellow does look on that angle. It doesn't look like it passes both reds. So does it? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Yes, Nick. It's Nick Chalk's asking if there's many in there. There is quite a few in there. I'd say it's a good 100 or so people in here tonight. David Taggart is saying Paul's playing in 3rd gear. I'm assuming you're a Paul Riley fan, David Taggart, and obviously if he's that good, then fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, Greg started off in his top gear. If he finds it again,
be a very good game.
Yeah, he'll be hard to handle.
I do agree. Great players. It's who turns up on the night, I suppose, isn't it? I mean, when you're that level. The yellow must pass there, Nick, as I may have mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays that like at house. Oh, it definitely goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely goes.
So, just about the nudge here.
Oh, he's going.
He's not gone. He's
going for the middle.
Well, he certainly wanted to get through a little bit further just to make this a little easier.
Well, this is
a tricky little shot now.
He's got a nice angle in fairness. If he, well, wherever he goes, the black's going in the middle, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah. I think he wanted. I mean, he would have certainly wanted to be right behind it, though.
I'd say he wanted to be bottom side of it to put the black in the corner, but the thing is, the black still goes in the middle or the top, so he's got options there. Big frame in the match for Paul. I don't think he's ever been 2 in front.
Yeah, it's a big shot.
Yeah, he's missed it. This is now massive for Greg Batten. He does have to punish him here.
So Greg just taking a look at these the two reds on the right-hand cushion, whether he needs to develop them. I'm not sure if he. I think if he gets below it, he can drop it in the middle. He's equally got the perfect angle to.
Well, I think he's got a phenomenal angle now, and he's absolute great shot there. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I think you would expect them to take a frame from this visit. David Taggart and Nick Chalk's having a little debate about who's the best players in the north and the south, I suppose. I think they've agreed to disagree now. It's a little bit low from Greg there, but I think he still should be okay.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, sorry.
A few times Greg's just under hit shot slightly. We saw him do it earlier on a shot in the middle and snooker himself.
I'll be honest, I think it's more, is it complacency in it? I think that's all it can be there.
Yeah. I don't think it's the table. The table seems to be playing pretty well. Max did ask me earlier, he thought that it might be playing a bit slow. He wasn't sure. I don't think it is.
No, I actually played Greg yesterday on the same table, so it's certainly not playing slow. No. I can only put it down to complacency because he's been flying. Sometimes you need to take that time a little bit.
So a big up for our sponsors, Dr. Q, Sam Sprackman. If you need any Q work, get in touch with Sam. Also the Nigel Strawbridge, one of our supporters, NS Precision. Got a great little engineering company based out in Martock.
Greg's Batten break.
And of course, Dan Shortland, DS Windows. Sorry, what am I saying? DS Trophies. And Greg finally finds a ball.
Yeah, he's not potted on many, Nick. I mean, it's not the easiest clearance in fairness to him, but at least he's in control. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of 6 of one and a half, a dozen of the other here, isn't it? I'm not sure which are favourites. I mean, if he wants to play a tactical frame, if he gets an opener, maybe the yellow in the middle and drop the yellow up the rail, covering the bag. Good evening to Mike Day.
Yeah, Michael Day, he's normally the commentator here. Obviously, he can't make it tonight. I think he was in a competition in Plymouth.
Yeah, I hope you did well in your comp, Mike. I hope it was worthwhile.
I actually think, unfortunately, to Michael Day, I think he got knocked out in the rounds. Sorry, Mike. Greg is going yellows here as well.
I think he had, from what I saw, he had the group of death.
He had a very tough draw. He had Jamie Graham and Paul Bolston.
Yeah.
So that is a very tough draw in fairness to him. He's got a very good angle on the yellow in the middle here to maybe develop that awkward one.
I've mentioned a few times about the option to turn a game tactical, but these players just are not doing it. It's hardly happened.
Yes, Greg, come on.
It's a lovely little kiss.
Well, he's got a tough shot. I mean, it's certainly not what he planned.
Yeah, it's awkward queuing, but he'll be...
he's got to go in the middle, is he not?
Yeah.
In the middle, I mean, it's tough. Again, I don't think it was nothing what he planned whatsoever, but if he gets it in the middle, he doesn't have to do nothing with the white. He's got the yellow down the rail.
Yeah.
So... Michael Oliver saying evening. Good evening, Michael Oliver. David Taggart is usually getting stronger. Or are you on about Paul Riley there or Greg? It's a very, very tough shot.
So this is the shot of the frame. And didn't he play that well? Didn't he play that well?
Played that very well. But he's still got the very tough yellow on the rail there.
Yeah. I mean, he can play that with a bit of license, knowing that if he finds the pocket, he's going to have the advantage in the frame anyway.
I mean, I don't know if I'd play that now, that yellow, in fairness. No. I'd probably play that next shot.
Yeah, I think he has to play this yellow bottom right, give himself a slightly better angle on it.
I would say so, definitely. I'll agree with you there.
The trouble is there's quite a bit of traffic in the way of where he wants to be. So just
the thing is now, I don't think he's got many safety options now.
No,
so
no.
The way he's played the frame, I think he's got to go for it now.
Okay, so he's just looking at where he wants to finish.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Just in that gap. Oh, that's come way wider than he expected. You saw him put his hands in the air.
I don't know if he's on it or not. I think he's very tight.
I am pretty sure that...
I think he can get the bag. I don't know if he can pot it.
I think he can get the bag, yeah. And if he needs to, he can just put a... I mean, clearly he was going for the out here, but the second prize is... you know, if he takes the bag, he's in great shape.
The problem is, whatever he does, I don't think he's got the angle to get out to make the next one easy. I mean, I think he's got it.
Yeah, he's fine.
I mean, this certainly isn't an easy shot.
I think he's okay. I think it's... yeah, I fancy him for this. I think he's okay. He's got a... I mean, again, there's a bit of traffic in the way.
What do you think he's going for, the middle way, or do you think he's going for the corner, to land on the corner?
He can just cut this in top corner, and I think he can just come around two bags.
Do you think it goes? Does the black go on the other corner? Does it? I can't really see.
Yeah, it goes. Come on, Greg. Yeah.
Oh, it must have. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
I think he's got a bit of a way with that. In fairness, I mean, fair play to him. He's. Very key shot on the match.
Great clearing from Greg, and a great frame. Really good stuff. And gets himself back into the lead. That's the first time he's been in the lead for a little while. Certainly since the break.
Yeah. I mean, a few people on the commentary seems to be not too happy with their standard, but it is very, very hard when you're playing for £14,000.
Yeah, I think the way they started, they got off.
I think it was 5 8 in a row, Nick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was incredible. It was 8-ball dry break and clear, and the first five frames, they just couldn't have kept that pace up. And since then, it's just got a little bit more sticky. But we're getting to the business end now. It's never easy.
Are you gonna pick a winner then, Nick, or are you gonna stay a bit neutral?
Oh, I'm sitting on the fence on this one.
Can I press you for?
If I had to.
He's good again. He gets the last couple. Fair play to him. Reds are very, very good.
I genuinely can't call it.
If we had to have a,
I clearly like to see Greg win, but Paul's demeanour. I'm so impressed with Paul's demeanour. Nothing seems to faze him.
His attitude is phenomenal. No matter what the situation is, if he plays a bad shot, it doesn't affect him. You can't knock him out for that. He's very, very good for that. He's very good.
But I think there's a fag paper between them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So Mike's just stepped away to the bathroom, and I'm joined by Max Nosko again.
Mike's on a run. Not Mike. Greg's on a run.
Mike was running to the bathroom.
He's perfect on that double there. He couldn't have played that shot much better.
Mike was trying to push me for a winner. Then he was trying to press me to pick a winner, and I can't call it.
Greg breaks well, he wins. Trust me. That's the only thing that's costing it. That's the only reason why it's close. His break has been horrendous for the whole match.
He found it in the last frame, which was good.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't really practice my break. I think it's all a load of BS, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, like, you get some players that part the white, but what happens when you part the white and then the ball comes round, bangs the white in?
I know, but it's such a key shot, isn't it? I mean,
I smash them. I just go for it. That's what I do. Stun the white and smash them as hard as possible. If the white goes in, you're just unlucky. There's 15 other balls on that table that can go in. If the white goes in, wow.
But what do you tend to aim to do with the white? Are you screwing it back at the table? I mean, you must have a.
I tried to stun it like into the side rail.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
Clever little shot. Very nice. Open the frame up for him.
This could go to the wire. This game. Just got to get the right angle here.
I think he's okay with that. It's, I think he can just stun past the yellow, can't he?
Yeah. The thing is, he's got to come back and across the table. That yellow on the right, not on the right hand rail, just off the right hand rail, could come into play. But we'll just see now, won't we? Like with this, obviously he's going to get the red in the middle, get a position on the red over the bottom left. But that yellow could come into play if he doesn't get the white ball high enough up on the red.
Yeah.
We'll see now there.
He's caught it. He's caught it on the way past. He certainly wouldn't have wanted to do that, but I think
he's had a touch there, trust me.
He's absolutely perfect.
He's had a touch.
He can just screw off the side rail. For black in the same pocket.
Ooh!
There's a kiss he wouldn't have wanted, but again, I think he's still on it.
Yeah, I still fancy him to get this pot, but that was a terrible shot.
Yeah.
All he has to do is play it into the rail. Here we go then.
Does he have to concern himself with the... And there we go, that was the first bit of emotion we've seen from Paul. A massive fist pump, he knew how big that frame was. And boy, didn't he enjoy that one.
Yeah, it was a good black.
A lot of emotion.
I was speaking to Greg about his break, at the break, and I think he's changed back to his old cue, just like his normal playing cue, because it doesn't seem to be rubbing off tonight with the breaking cue.
It's good that he changes, actually. He's, some players just keep sticking with the same thing, keep doing the same thing. I guess it's one of those kind of like you feel it's tried and tested, so you stick with the same break, but...
It's back there thinking it's going to bound to work, but it's like... It doesn't always work, not consistently anyway.
The answer to that, Mike, is he was for the whole evening up until the last... in fact, his...
That's a massive break, look. Flick the yellow, flick it. Come on in, Greg.
His...
look at that.
Second last frame, he used his break cue. Sorry, he used his own cue and potted from it, and then he went back to his break cue on his last break and went dry. And as you saw, then he's gone back to his own cue.
He's got all I do is just stand up off the break and just smash them. I don't understand. No, I do understand, but I don't. Why people sit down, like put their chin on their cue when they break. You get more power standing up off the break, 100%. Reds are nice, really, aren't they? You wouldn't mind reds, would you? Every frame.
Yeah, you'd certainly take that. Just looking now.
Just got to get it right. Come on, Greg.
Yeah, it's all about this opening shot.
The white's travelling, but I think he wants to try and fin snick it off the other red as closest to it. To try and like hold the white up, but he's having a look to see where will the white go if he lets it loose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's obviously already nominated reds. Worst case scenario, if he, I mean, the only thing he doesn't want to do is go in off.
Can this go in off? Has he got the bag?
Yeah, and
I don't think he has got the bag, has he?
He's got it. I mean, I think Paul can get that ball out, but he can't. I don't think he
can't pot it clean.
No.
I don't. It would just jam in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And he hasn't even lifted with an easy opener. So
in fact, the yellow might even double kiss the red. Now I think he can possibly smash it out, but even so, it's
not an easy layout at all.
It's certainly an advantage to Greg. Michael Oliver asking you what the pot is for the deciding game against Lakin next week.
At the moment, it's 10 grand each, but anything can happen. But I don't really want anything to happen before the game. I just want it...
You're not all settled beforehand?
Yeah, if it happens on a night, if the money gets raised, the money gets raised. But it's a decider. He won the first game in Bristol, 21-19 for 3,500 each. And so a 7k pot. and then I won in Spenny's 23-18 for a 20k pot. So really, theoretically, I'm up. So I know that it's a decider, which obviously a lot of money at line, but I'm happy with just 10 grand each like it was last time. Even if we was playing for 2 grand each, I treat it as if we were playing for 10 grand each at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's quite big, really, because a lot of hype's gone about this game. And
well, it's a big decider, and it's away from home as well. So,
yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. To be honest with you, because I heard their crowd's quite rowdy. Well, I know it is quite rowdy, but I like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of Craig's fans will think that they're going to get in your head, and they think that the home advantage gives him, quite an edge. But as we know, you kind of thrive in those atmospheres as well. So
definitely,
that's a wonderful shot by Greg.
That's a fantastic shot there. Give him a chance. I know the crowd just said that was quite funny. Nice bloke. Yeah, just like obviously the game Blaking, prepared well. I can see he's playing well as well. Can't knock him, fantastic player. Just anything can happen though, and it's on the night. I think the game's probably down to who breaks the best.
Yeah.
Our first game in Bristol was ridiculous.
Yeah.
There must have been about 15 to 20 dishes that night. Oh my God. I thought I wasn't going to drop them.
And in the last one, of course, he just
none of us really did turn up that night, even though a ball didn't really go for him off the break.
So, 2 on the banks from Greg. Just his black in the middle. Super stuff from Greg. Really good composure.
Really good stuff.
After seeing Paul's show of emotion a minute ago, it's not phased Greg in the slightest.
Nice to give it back to him, innit?
Yeah, just
let him know that he's still there.
And David Taggart asking if there's likely to be a rematch between yourself and Paul Riley.
I want it to happen. I think everybody knows my view of that game. I wasn't happy with the way I played it at all. Wasn't happy with the way I even went about the game myself, my mentality. But yeah, I definitely want it to happen. There was a date arranged, but I don't.
Yeah, just going to the 2 games that we've got coming up. If no one's aware, well, you saw them on the screen just then. We've got on the 31st of the month, we've got Clint Hansen against Craig Waddingham. That should be a huge game. We're really looking forward to that. It's, I mean, that could be another Boyle Waddingham game. I mean,
that's going to be crazy standard.
Yeah.
Everybody's I'm not writing Clint off. Everybody's putting Wad as a big favourite, but Clint at the moment, his form is unreal.
Yeah.
If he plays like he's playing at the moment, he's going to give him a game, and he's going to give everyone a shot.
He didn't show what he can do against Yannick Beaufils. It was a smaller pot. He just didn't seem to turn up on the day.
Sorry, what was that?
He played against Yannick Beaufils up in Leeds. We covered that match.
I've seen that. To be honest with you, is that I think that playing Craig will suit him because it's going to be an open game. Beaufils is a really slow player, which that's what I sometimes struggle with, is playing people that are slow. But it's just like it always is. That's all I'm going to say on the night. And money games all on the night. Both fantastic players. Waddingham has proved himself from now and again that he's one of the top boys, and he's going to be hard to beat. But fair play to Clint for taking out the game.
Yeah, really looking forward to that one. And then we've got our game following that is
Simon Fitzsimmons versus Jordan Shepherd.
Shepherd.
That is a game which everybody's writing off Simon Fitzsimmons again. Obviously not his backers, but
do we know him? I mean,
I know Simon Fitzsimmons. He's from he plays from the Savannah Pool Hall, which I think JJ Fall owns, and he's beat Craig Lakin for money.
Oh wow!
So he knows what he's doing. He's nifty around that table. The thing is, Shepherd is unreal. He's such a good player. He's the same standard as Waddingham and Ianson, and I think Shepherd's already beat Ianson for money, but it's just all hard to call because the Blackpool rules are a lot more open.
Yeah.
and they both got the ability to do anything on that table. Can beat anyone, shut anyone out, break well. He breaks bad. You reel free on the trot. It's just complete. It's just it's good to see this standard of pool getting played.
Yeah,
it's really good. Greg's just got to mind his work here.
Yeah, and I mean we're really excited about. I mean what we are trying to do is bring that the Fitzsimmons Jordan Shepherd game as a freeview game, but obviously we need to. Is it a trip to Manchester for us? So we need to fund it. It's we're hoping to get some sponsorship in.
Yeah, you should do.
If anybody watching wants to get their name on the screen, as you can see our sponsors today, then please let us know. We do some very competitive rates, very affordable for all small businesses. So
great shot.
You're going to get some good coverage on that game for sure.
Greg's flowing now. You can see he's up the pace a little bit. Good lad. Come on, Greg. Come on, Game Batten. Come on. 15.
And the crowd getting right behind Greg now. Great stuff.
F off back to Scotland. Greg Batten.
Oh, he's going a bit crazy now.
He's going, men. Michael O'Brien. F off back to Scotland. Chalky, you're missing it here, mate. The atmosphere's kicking right in. We could have done with your voice here. Come on then, Batten. Let's have a nice break now, son. And
Chalky saying that Jordan Shepherd's flying. He's winning the final of the Open at the moment, 5-2.
Come on, give him a ball. Give him a ball. Get in!
Hang on. That certainly cleared out my ears.
Sorry.
And Dave Taggart saying he can't see Riley winning from here, but certainly don't write him off. He won't be phased one little bit.
Poor Riley, if you look at him in his chair now, if George can get a camera on him, he just doesn't look phased whatsoever.
No, he just takes it in.
He's actually laughing it off, which
smiling.
is the best way to do, because Greg will look at him thinking, hey, why is he laughing?
Yeah. I interviewed him before the game, and he said that he was strong, he was focused, and he doesn't worry about things like that. It's the crowd will never get to him.
No, it won't.
He's
Trust me.
Very, very strong character.
Yellow's a favourite here. Well, I don't know really. If that red goes past the two yellows at the top, if he gets on that, could play like the plat. No, it's hard. Huh? Reds, mate. I'd go reds. Fair play to Greg for taking this game on, to be honest with you. I'm not saying it's a hard, he's underdog. It's just that he hasn't been playing to his ability at the moment. But obviously he's put the hours in, and you can tell that he is sharp.
Yeah, Mike was saying that they've been practicing a lot, and Greg's confidence has just been increasing. You could see right from the off. He played so well early doors.
He's a great player. I remember this guy. One day he popped up, a message popped up on my Facebook from him, and I didn't even know who he was. He's gone, oh, right, mate. Do you fancy a game of pool? I'm a snooker player. Do you reckon you could teach me the rules? I was like, who is this guy? And then he just come up to Bristol, and I could just see he did not miss a pot. And then now he's got all the tactical sides, and he's just a perfect player.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
Send them back to Scotland, buddy. Come on.
Send them back to Scotland.
You ignore it, Brad. We can't just scam the Scottish anyway. It's all right. Nobody likes the Scots.
Mike King bantering. The nicest bloke in the room bantering. What's he doing? That was a loose shot there from Greg.
Yeah. It's,
Come on, Greg, get
You
your head
need to
on,
take
mate.
the
You got
pocket
your,
then.
you got your 2-frame lead. You need to just make sure, keep that gap. Oh. Did that go?
No.
Ooh. He doesn't. I know it doesn't look like stuff's phasing him, but he's not playing like he was when he played me, the horrible bloke.
I think he thinks he can get it off the back of the yellow. I'm not sure if he can. I'm not sure if it goes off the back of the yellow. Does he go push first? And
Yeah, that's such a suicidal shot.
it is.
It is.
It opens up.
Even though Greg's yellow by the black is a bit tied up, he has got that as like a backup, if you say so. But it is. Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, he's played that.
If that's touching, he could get knuckles and go behind the yellow, eh? Do you reckon that's touching?
He's certainly not. He's not called it. Lisa's not been called in to have a look at it, so fairly confident there's not. Yeah, I think there must be quite some gap actually, because he can get. It looks like he can get to. He's queuing to the left-hand side of this yellow.
Okay.
He's going to play a safety here and try and leave the.
I can't see
the
nothing.
white in the bottom of the. Oh, there you go. The way he was queuing it, it looked like he was trying to leave
Let's give him a chance here.
and he obviously couldn't quite get to that side of the ball. So yeah, it's a push first shot for Paul.
Isn't it? I know it's all friendly banter, but in a minute, everybody's had a drink.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen,
Yeah.
trust me.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no need, it's a game of pool. Trust me, something will happen. Here we go, look.
It has been all in good order, but the beer's now
It's got a
kicking
bit
in.
late at night now, hasn't it? Greg's favourite to go 16-13. If he gets this, tops it through, leaves himself an angle on the bottom yellow.
Yeah, he can then just stun up through the gap,
Yeah.
flick into the black, and he's got the safety net of the.
Fantastic. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but he would be unlucky not to fall on that yellow with the top back.
Yeah.
Come on, son. Come on, Batten. You know the drill, son.
He's got the right kind of angle as well. It's
perfect.
Yeah, she's
it's
just be able
actually
to
perfect.
just be able to run it through.
Just run it through.
Just get bottom
low
side
on
of the yellow.
I don't know why he's looking at that.
Yeah, I don't know why he's looking at the table. He needs that as his safety
you're
net.
right. Exactly right.
Otherwise, he's putting all his eggs in one.
Yeah,
basket.
that's right. Yeah.
I think he's going for the wrong shot here.
No, mate.
He's
Let's
putting all his
hope he
eggs, putting all his eggs in one
but
basket.
He's definitely gone the wrong way here. Mr. Red. See what I'm saying? Tell you what, if that cross double goes, that's plum going into everything.
Yeah.
Come on, Greg. Okay. He's playing a safety shot here on the bottom rail. It's not bad, but now Paul Riley is favourite for this frame, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul's come to the table now, and you know, Greg really had a chance to.
We both called it straight away.
Maybe just didn't feel comfortable with the angle. I mean, it looked like it was perfect, but yeah, it might have been just a fraction more angle than we first thought, and it didn't have quite the angle to get down on the yellow.
Ludicrous if he goes to the pot, just going for the safety. Oh no, he's just got to just trickle his yellow down and try and get the pocket.
Yeah, there's certainly one he doesn't want to pop.
You don't want to rush this, you've got to make sure he gets the bag. What's he doing?
He's going for that same safety shot again.
I don't see that as an advantage, to be honest with you.
Well, I guess it kind of asks the question of Paul now. I mean, he can't really go top of table. I mean, if he goes top of table, he has to be fairly central. He doesn't want. He can't leave a shot on that yellow to
Just
bottom bag.
fin snick off the red that's like in the middle of the 3 reds, as you can see there.
Yeah.
Fin snick it and just put the reds settling in between the yellows and reds. And if you hit the yellow, you hit the yellow. That's what I'd do. Just leave them all tucked up. What's he playing here? He could be playing like a kind of snooker shot. Screwing back, putting the white on the bottom rail. That's a
Wow.
good shot.
Great pot.
No, he didn't play it.
No, he didn't play it.
He didn't play
He
it.
put his hand up.
Nice bloke.
Yeah.
What's everybody's score predictions from here then? Is anybody going to put any score predictions up?
Still a hard one to call. I mean, Greg's clearly gone favourite with his 2-frame advantage. If he can win this one, then he's going a good odds-on favourite. But you know, Paul's certainly got the ability to reel off a 2 or 3 on the trot.
Definitely.
That doesn't surprise me at all, that shot.
Has he got it?
I don't believe he has. No, Greg's just asked for total, so he clearly has. So. Again, Greg just looking at that same.
I know Greg's got a 2-frame lead, right? But he looks like he's walking around the table. I know he's walking around confident it was a good thing, but he needs to just make sure. It's like he's rushing things. Is he coming 2 rails and resting up? Great shot. Great shot.
Has he left that red into the top corner?
Nah, that doesn't go. I don't think that goes. Nah, I'm behind it.
No, it doesn't. No.
He's going to play this now with loads of right-hand side and try and just get it up on the top rail. That's a terrible shot. That's horrid. Yellow goes in the middle now, doesn't it? It's all over.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, he just needs to drop this in, and
Does that yellow go in the middle, George?
it certainly does. For sure.
He flies.
Yep.
Come on in, Greggy. Terrible shot that was. You got to just drag it in. Just drag it in and hold the white. See what I'm saying? He's just.
Wow. But even if he made it, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what he was doing with the white.
He was trying to play it with loads of left, trying to check it off the rail, but putting just so much more pressure on yourself.
Yeah, it makes it such a harder shot. It felt like he could. Felt like he could just drop it in. It's easy sat here, I guess. But
Big shot. Well, I think the shot was just drag it in, dead weight, pocket weight, hold it.
there's a bit of a difference of opinion here. It's, Ian Davey in trouble saying 21-18 to Greg. David Taggart saying 21-19 to Riley. But
yeah.
with a hopefully caveated after that. So it's.
There's obviously going to be people supporting Riley on the stream. They're all entitled to their own opinion. Anything can happen from here. It's not. Oh my! What's happened here? Oh my God!
Goodness me!
Trusting his luck there, wasn't he?
Wow. I think he looks a little bit bemused at what happened there. Actually, mind you, that's probably just.
He's had a rub there though. He hasn't left Greg anything. I think he's. I don't know. There's not many shots here.
No.
See the yellow that's at the top. I know it's a bit ambitious, but he could actually play
Treble.
a treble.
Yeah.
Is he just playing it straight and like trying to stick it to the red?
Yeah.
Oh, that don't go in the middle.
No, it doesn't go in the middle. I don't believe it goes in the middle.
I don't think, no, it doesn't go in the middle.
His head's in the way at the moment. No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
For once in this match, Greg's had a bit of run.
That's close.
But the thing is, even if he does pot it, because he has to pot it dead weight, because it only goes into like maybe even a quarter of a pocket. Yeah. What's he on? Actually, could he be on, if he drops onto the yellow, could he be on the red on the top rail by the black?
Yeah, I was just thinking that might. I'm not even sure he can do that, to be honest. I mean, and that would be.
Yeah, he will be on it, but yeah.
Big advantage now is for him to cover that bag, isn't it? I mean, if he can take that pocket.
Yeah, definitely.
If he can just drop this one in and take that bag, he's in the driving seat.
This is the shot, though. That's a bit of a weird one, to be honest with you.
Come on, Greg.
Not left much. I mean, he's put the ball firmly back in Greg's court. Asking Greg the question, and there's nothing. I mean, there's no opener there, is there? So it's
there is.
Well,
the double closest to the yellows, but it's hard, obviously. But he's left him that.
To be honest, I didn't think it double passed the red, but I think you're right. It does.
Yeah, that's what I
go,
said.
Yeah.
He's got to go all out here. That's all he's got.
He's actually. Yeah.
Or is he just flicking? What's he doing?
I think he's playing safe.
Is that good though? Bridie's a good QS mind.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's.
I don't think he'll miss this. I don't think he'll miss this red into the middle. He wouldn't play that if it went, surely.
I can't imagine why he would play that shot if that red goes in the middle. It surely doesn't.
No, it doesn't. I think that he's going to play it in like such a way that plays it straight and leaves the white stuck on the yellow. But it could go wrong. Does it go? We'll find out now. Nah, I was right. Tell you what. Does that go, that yellow?
He left that? He might have left that. It's
He's got to go knuckle first off the back of the red. That's tight. He's eyeing it up. That's all he's got there, isn't he? Just try and disturb it. He maybe even put the yellow in the cover of the red. Let's have a look. Good ball. It's a great ball. Right then. This is the one. Get Corkit in. Corkit's a nice bloke. Greg's left himself. Oh no, he hasn't left himself. He's played a shot from nowhere and given himself a chance. It's not easy, but with his ability, he can do it. So I think he's going to, obviously, he just lined it up, so he's going to try and chop it in the middle and try and use a red as like a blocker to come off. Play it into like the left-hand side of the red, come back off the rail out for the yellow down the rail. That's a great shot. I didn't think he could miss that red. That was a great shot. He's got to make sure he's going back into a blind pocket. But he's got like, he could just play it normal ball. Just play it with like, just centre ball. 2 rails back into the middle of the table. Black's in video. I don't think he can go wrong. Here he goes. Great shot. Great shot. Send it back to Scotland. Come on.
So another big frame there. 16-13, that's huge.
Mike King, mate. He's beat. He's beat. What is he doing, Mike King? The smallest bloke in the room.
Mike King's gonna rip Nosco a new asshole in January! He's gonna rip him a new asshole! At least it's a rep on this game! Bring it on! Mike, where's Newcastle? Where's Newcastle? Scotland, I thought it was.
Where's Newcastle? Scotland. Scotland.
Oh, we hate Scotland! Oh, we fucking there! We hate Scotland! Next year, our own players here.
We have a game sorted. Me and Mike King, 30th of January.
Right.
Yeah, I heard.
Here,
Yeah,
£5 grand a man.
very much looking forward to that one.
Right, that's another game. This is Greg's game. Not Max's game, this is Greg's. Come on up, England!
Why are you going on about a game that's like support Greg, isn't it?
We've all got Christmas. Right, come on. Greg.
I'm here to support Greg. He's an off. Oh my gosh. He's got roll-ins. Yellows are lovely. No need for that, was there, really? Nominated yellows.
And Paul certainly won't be giving up strong character.
No, he definitely won't. 3 frames is nothing in this game, especially if it's nothing. Yellow must pass the other yellow going to the middle. Just one tricky yellow that's in the middle of the table, clustered between the 2 reds. Played that really well. Got some idiot over in that crowd over there, just talking absolute rubbish. He's that to. Oh my god. What is he playing? What?
He don't want it!
Keep it down.
You have a security guard in here telling people to keep it down. It's a money game. Don't you understand what's going on?
Yeah, there's. I don't think anyone's crossed the line yet.
No, no one's crossed the line at all.
A lot of excitement. Has he got a double here?
That's all he's got. Is he playing a cut?
That's a.
White's flying.
I've shot the white's flying everywhere. I would have thought the double would have been better for him.
The white could come round and kiss the yellow. Tell you what.
That's a great effort.
Really good effort. Right. These are gone.
Come on, England!
Yeah, this could easily be 17-13.
Come on, let's work. Nothing going on here.
I see there's some guys, I don't know if you're getting our chat messages, there's some guys saying is asking to pay you again. If you log out of one device, you need to make sure it's off that device and you can log into another device, but you can't watch them concurrently for obvious reasons. Otherwise there'll be about 8 people logged in on the same account. But yes, you can log off one device and you can log in on the laptop, but you have to make sure you're logged off. Close it down on your phone or your mobile device. You shouldn't have a problem. I know there's a couple of you mentioned it now, so. If you're still have any major issues, then please inbox our Facebook page and we'll try and deal with it from there. We have our technical help on hand, so we might be able to sort something out for you. But yeah, just inbox our Facebook page. Yeah, you need to log out of one account and log into another account. But as I say,
17-13.
get hold of our support through the Facebook page. So Greg streaking away now, 4-frame lead. That's just a massive advantage at this stage. And he's gone. How are you pricing this one now, Max?
If I was a bookie, 1 to 4.
Come on, England!
Greg.
Yeah.
And probably about
5 to 2. You'd be a tight bookie, wouldn't you, eh?
No, I'd give him 3.
3 to 1. And for anyone that's worried, I shouldn't be too concerned. There's the guy saying that if it does kick off, can we get the cameras on the action? I think we'll be right because there's security in here today. There's a 5'2" lady. She's gonna get stuck in amongst them.
She's a dyke.
You can't say that on stream, Max.
Just watching this just wants me to get back on the table so bad.
You'll be back on there next week. Don't be in such a rush. So anyone who, I know that some people are still joining us because they've been at the pub. We are at Exeter Allstars watching the closing stages of Greg Batten versus Paul Riley. And Paul, born in Nottingham, moved to Blythe, 47 years old. His nickname is the Life of.
The Life of Riley.
He's as he puts it himself, he's as good as married. 19 years he's been with his partner. They've got 4 children between them. 2 boys, 2 girls. He owns his own business, got a little cafe. Ex-snooker professional who took up pool at a very, very late age. He was well into his 30s and played the county circuit in the England trials. Played for England. 2012 won the European Championship. He said that he's fascinated by the one-on-one aspect of pool. He used to be a chess player, and he just loves the kind of just that one-on-one. Battle of attrition. But certainly not a tactical player. This game hasn't been tactical at all.
It's a good shot. Great shot.
Very, very understated. Very got a lot of humility. Very modest gentleman. He's playing Greg Batten, who's 31 years old.
First time I met Paul Riley, we almost had a punch-up.
Really?
Yeah. I was playing Jeff Campbell in Leicester, and he was really pissed off.
Oh, right.
And we was playing, and he... don't know what happened halfway through the match. There was a kick off, and he got right in my face, and I didn't do anything. Oh, he wanted to flick that yellow off there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got some action into that one, but not quite enough.
Got his work cut out now, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, does this? If this yellow goes left back, then he's got the one up the rail.
I think that he's just going to screw into the red, like half ball, like on the red, and just try and land on the red to go up the rail, drop it in.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough clearance, but it's even tougher now.
They ain't going well for him, are they? He's going behind.
He's going to have to go the double now, isn't he? He's,
well, he could probably, if he wanted to, if he was confident enough, just like drop it in and play the cut at the rail. Which I'd rather play, because if you miss the double, the yellow can go anywhere and maybe go safe.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
If you've got the yellow, you could get the bag and leave more pressure.
Yeah, it's a much better option, actually. That's why you're the...
I'm rubbish.
That's why you're the pool pundit. And, and he has to really force us to get up for the double as well, doesn't he?
If he is playing a double...
He certainly is. I'm surprised he played it. Wow.
Does that go? You don't tell me that go. If that goes, that don't go. That don't go.
I don't know. That's a...
He's played to get on a double now. Does this yellow go in the middle, does it?
I think it drops in the middle.
It's a hard shot.
It's a very hard shot.
He's hit it too soft.
That's
two?
a foul. Yeah, it's 2 visits.
It's all this.
Yeah, 2. Yeah.
Get up, Gregor! Come on, England!
I thought he brushed the knuckle on the way through, but yeah, I thought it hit the knuckle. I thought it brushed the knuckle. Yeah.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
I didn't.
No, I've got to say, Lisa called that immediately as a foul, and I really thought it brushed the knuckle on the way through. And Greg called that straight away as well, so fair play to Greg. That wasn't Paul. That was Greg immediately said no, it hit the knuckle. Very sporting.
Just got to make sure he gets on hit one of these reds of the 2 here nicely. There we go.
Is anyone else having any issues with the stream? Nick Chalk saying he's got a few problems, and
Go on, Greg, in your own time, mate. Nice and steady, mate.
we seem to have a pretty steady upload from here. It seems to be going pretty well. I think things are stable from this end, so might just be connection at your end.
Fair play to Paul, mate, always report he's come all the way from Newcastle. He must have at least 30 years. That's Trek, mind.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they brought, I think they all, well, I think a lot of them flew down, so.
This is such a big frame. Just got to get on that top red. That's all he's got to do. Perfect. I'd be playing the red that he was just looking at there now. Dragging it in. That's even better.
Yeah, that's good. That's
He's got to make sure he just leaves himself an angle. Perfect.
And yeah, Greg. As I say, Greg started this game. Well, I mean, he was 3-1 up, and Paul had played one single bad positional shot. Greg was absolutely flying, and he's found that same form towards the end of the match. And he's really stepping up now.
Yeah, he is.
Just another 3 frames required for Greg. So a big stretch of 5 frames between the two.
Back to Scotland! Quiet, please, lads. Game on. Quiet, please. Game on. We don't live in Scotland. Quiet, please, lads. Game on. Northumberland. Geography. Quiet. Game on.
There's one guy that's so paralytic he don't even get the joke.
No, he's actually explaining where Northumberland is. It's quite funny because he's misreading the fact that it's actually a joke. He's sat there with his arms in the air, looking very frustrated at the fact that the guys behind us don't know anything about geography. Oh, that white zone. That's, I was going to say that was pretty unfortunate. It was a bit unfortunate, but that white screw straight back off that top rail and it tracking towards the bottom left pocket. So if it hadn't have gone, in the middle, it was on its way towards the bottom left. He really ripped into that one. And look at these yellows. Do they look a dream? I mean, the reds look pretty good as well, don't they?
Yeah, but it's, yellows every day of the week.
Yeah, yellows at the ball for sure. And this one is, this one's really about joining the dots. Just needs to mind his work, as Greg would say.
If he bets you, you can't win. He's played a sloppy shot there.
Yeah, for sure. That's he's suddenly going to have to change his route dramatically.
That is such a bad shot, really.
I will not touch again.
Oh, he's got lucky and left himself on that red. Yellow.
Yeah, he's on the yellow into the bottom left. I don't think it shouldn't be a problem. He's just got to adjust his plan.
Is he playing with a bit of touch of right and trying to kick into the black?
It certainly looks that way. Yeah. It's, well, he's
trying to
making
trust his luck a little bit there because that yellow was a bit tough. Is he on that?
He is. I think he's going about this a hard way, but he's on it. Yeah, hopefully everything's okay. I mean, George has just brought the stream up on his phone, and it seems to be going fairly perfectly.
Got to play the bottom yellow in.
Yeah.
Come back into the team.
And that's on 4G, so it's picking up pretty well. If you've got a decent Wi-Fi signal, hopefully it's coming across loud and clear.
be honest with you, I think this game is as good as gone.
Yeah, I don't see much of a way back for Paul now. I mean, a bit unfortunate to go in off after that break, but he ripped the white. The white was travelling just way more than it needed to be. And you know, Greg definitely went about this quite a hard way, but
he's finally got to the easy stage.
Yeah. And still queuing beautifully well.
Yeah, definitely.
As I've said several times tonight, I am very impressed by Paul Riley, by his demeanour, by his attitude. You can certainly see how he got his way into the England team.
Get on, England!
He knows he's got a massive uphill battle now, though. I mean, Greg just 2 away from victory.
Got to win 8-2 from here.
Yeah, it's
no, 8-1.
It's a long hill.
Jocks, Batten. Nothing better than beating the jocks.
And you would certainly fancy.
Check the maps, and Newcastle upon time is definitely a fucking jock now.
Greg to get a break of dish at some point during this match.
In fucking doubt, son. Come on! Hey, quiet, please. Let's game on. Quiet, please. Let's game on.
So.
Mike.
Everybody's going over the jocks' money, lads. You pay for my Christmas, lads. Thanks, my boys' Christmas presents. Yeah.
Dear me. That's Mike O'Brien. I can't believe how that guy doesn't get chin more.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks for the Christmas presents, big man. Boy, aye, man.
Thanks for the Christmas presents.
Do you celebrate Christmas in your country? Aye, me man. Aye.
Aye, man.
Wow.
Mate, I said this earlier.
I don't even know what to say, to be honest.
Definitely going to happen. And then Noska's going to have to jump in. No, I'm joking.
Aye.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get riled.
Yeah.
And no doubt. I mean, you can't just rub it in their faces like that. It's poor form.
Kicking, they're looking at it.
And Paul's just taking his time. He's just ignoring what's going on around the table. And he knows he's got to get this frame under his belt. It's as simple as that. But he's got a decent opportunity. Reds are fairly good. I mean, there's a couple of tricky balls. And he's certainly opened the frame up. Be interesting to see how he goes about this this clearance. He was
shot the red in, done the round up.
Yeah, he was practicing this shot a lot before the match started, so fairly confident he'll be putting this one in.
Oh.
But he played that far firmer than he needed to, didn't he? I mean,
yeah, he just drag it in. Just drag it in. One good shot here. Got a opportunity.
Oh, wow. As they say, wipe his feet. Jim Dawson, I'm not quite sure what to say. I've already answered that question a couple of times. And we've already mentioned it on the stream as well. You can't... you have to log off of one device before you log on to another. I think George is going to type something to you in case you can't hear us. But
Nick Chalk thought that Paul Riley couldn't lose. He did do me mind, but I'm nothing compared to these boys. Have a look, Greg. Huh? Oh no. I think he's rushed into this clearance. I think there's some blokes outside with O'Brien, 2 Newcastle blokes.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, they're having a bit of a tear up outside. Oh, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I think they were probably just gone out for a talk, or I think they're going to step outside, actually. There you go. They've actually both walked outside, so there you go. I think the bouncer just said, if you want to do it, go outside, so they have.
Get on, Greg. Oh, Greg. Take him out, sir.
Yeah. Perfect. And now the end is near.
He's got a deposit to make.
Yeah, that's what I said. Greg is on the hill. Ready to break, leading 8 frames on the trot. He's shy. Here we go then. Oh my gosh. Look at these. Right.
So, Greg on the hill, Paul with a dry break. Just breaking dry at the wrong time. And what a great, oh wow. Just a little roll he didn't want there. That's going to make things awkward for him.
Get on, Greg.
Come on, Batten. He's got to drop the one in the top now, get a bit of angle to stun into the bad yellow, or he can go bottom rail into the back of it. Let's have a look, see what he plays. He's got the perfect angle. Yeah, he's going bottom rail to kick it out. Oh, he's flipped it red. Still got a chance, actually. Screw this in now, bottom right, into side rail, flip the yellow out. It's like 1,000,000 to 1 shot clearance, but when you're so far in front like this, Is he just going to get this out? Because he's got 2 balls on the rail. Oh, look now.
Come on, ready, son. Come on. Your right, Bill. What do you know about drinking? Mate, I'm drinking yours today. What are you still got 2 over there? That was a 2-syllable bill, was it? Why, yeah?
So Paul with a huge hill to climb. Greg has just been fairly sublime during these last 7 frames, isn't it? Since it went 10-all, and I think...
it's just all 10.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I mean, wasn't Paul 13-12 up?
Yeah.
Or 12-all, was it? And then Greg just suddenly started pulling ahead.
Found another gear, hasn't he? He's
Yeah.
trying to play this off the red now, which is quite a loose shot. If it doesn't go in, he's left Greg the match. Ooh. That's a good shot. Good shot.
Yeah. Yeah, still thinking clearly.
It can be done. Of course it can be done. Greg's won 8 on the trot. Why can't he win 8 on the trot?
Yeah, he's stood in the background cleaning his cue and he's nodding to himself. He's obviously just trying to keep himself in a positive frame of mind. You can never write yourself off in these games.
No, not at all.
But this is most certainly a clearance he needs to be making if he wants to make a comeback from here. If anyone's joining us late on, please do visit our Facebook page. There's a lot of information about the upcoming games, and also if you give us a like on there, you'll get all the alerts for all of our games as we get them. Games coming thick and fast, so it'd be great to have you on board with us.
Great shot.
Again, controlled that ball really, really well. Obviously didn't want to take the red over the pocket. Wants to leave that to last as it offers natural position to the black. So, as I said earlier, thinking clearly and still cueing pretty well. Thanks very much, Michael Oliver. Hope everyone's enjoyed the stream so far. Obviously not over yet. Still could be some considerable play left in this match, but
This was 2014.
yeah, and this is such a similar shot to the shot he had down the opposite rail earlier, which he hit firmly. And this one he's...
The thing is, because it's just a single ball black, he won't be playing this hard. He's just got to drop it in.
Yeah, but then I have to ask the question, why didn't he play the red like that down the opposite rail? Because he didn't need to get position on anything. You know, he was automatically on 3 reds. Just seems strange, but anyway, there's one back. 2014.
See if he can break and clear for the money in. What a lovely break there, mate.
There we go.
Oh, look at these reds. Wow. Wow.
What a... I mean, he would have dearly loved to have a slightly easy opener, but... I don't think I've ever seen Mike King quite so excited.
Never seen him so chirpy.
He'd have given anything for an easy opener here, but here we go.
No,
Oh, the
he's
yellows in
got
the middle. Wow.
Oh, no, he is yellow.
Wow.
Oh, he could toilet break.
Yeah. So, as I say, you would have dearly loved to yeah, and Paul just clarifying whether it was open table or not. It's not. Greg potted a red off the break and then nominated reds. So
Welcome back. Michael O'Brien is now back on the stream again to bring home Moscow. Sorry, bring home Batten.
Bring home Batten.
Fucking hell. Sorry, lads. What do you think, Nick? What do you think of the last few frames?
well, I mean, Greg's just kind of sprinted away, hasn't he? He's really shown some good class in these last. Well, I mean, he won like 7 on the bounce, I think, hadn't he?
He's took some real ball. I think he was 13-12 down. I think he's 8 on the bounce actually.
Yeah. But I mean, he'd have given anything there. He'd have given anything to have an easy opener on the reds.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
He had a shot, in fairness.
Yeah.
He was a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, his yellow's that easy with 2 shots in. I don't think it is.
No.
I'd still probably prefer to be reds with against, in fairness, now.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, to expect him to win 7 in a row is some achievement, in fairness. Oh, he's getting the open out. Oh, fair play to him.
And that's.
No, I'll do.
It's a clever shot, but he's still got a massive amount of hard work to do.
It's one of them, Nick, isn't it? I mean, what other options did he have?
Oh, none other.
I mean, he's that far behind.
Yep.
You've got to go for it, I suppose, in that sense. So you can't knock him. His bottle was there.
The yellow and black are obviously tough, but well, these are.
They all go. That's. Oh, he's missed it by
it.
far. He's missed it by long.
He's missed that by a country mile.
Well, if Greg can get this one here, I'll think it may be curtains to the man.
Yeah, I think it's all about this shot, really, isn't it? If Greg can cue this one well,
very tough shot.
It just opens up the frame. In fact, can he get through to the one over the right pocket? He can indeed. Wow, didn't think he would get through to that. So that's definitely opened the frame up. So this huge now.
Shane Thompson has just texted me saying he did call 21-14 years, Roy. Here it could be for Mr. Batten.
Mike O'Brien on the commentary. Does he want to tell us what happened when he went outside?
Yeah, no, me and my friend had a little conversation. I ain't seen him for a while, so we had a little chat. That's all. Greg Batten. Well, he's made this a bit harder than he had to. In fairness,
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is like a black off the spot, isn't it? I mean, it's straight in the top corner. Maybe eating these for lunch.
I don't like it personally, Nick, the way you're saying it, but fair play to you.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Maybe he's got it.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Well, you got to say that's
Perfect. And this is just another black off the spot.
You keep forgetting these players are the snooker players, and they, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They eat balls, I guess, for fun, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a key shot, and there we go.
And there we are. Greg Batten.
Greg Batten,
Is
ladies and
just
gentlemen.
about to win.
That's all we're going to say.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
I thought he'd missed the black then. So there we go. And Paul gracious in defeat. Just didn't quite go his way today. Greg, a real powerhouse. He played very, very good pool there. Hats off to both players. Real credit to Paul, travelling all this way down. And yeah, he's earned my respect for sure. You travel down here and play a £14,000 money match. away from home. But Greg taking the plaudits. A great win, in fact, a 7-frame margin. So good stuff from Greg Batten. And yeah, we've got a couple of weeks off now, but we're back with a couple of huge matches. Starting with Clint Jansen against Craig Waddingham. That's just a massive match on the 31st of the month. So keep an eye out for that one. We're going to have that game, and then following that one, just a week after, Jordan Shepherd against Simon Fitzsimmons. So what promises to be a couple of great games has been Beard Productions. It's been a pleasure to bring you this game tonight. From George, from Paul, from the team, myself, and Max, Mike, and Mike O'Brien, Mike King and Mike O'Brien. Thanks for commentaries, and again to both players, well done, and a very good night. We'll speak to you all again very, very soon. Good night.